Yeah!
Happy 10 months on a 5-month streak, so I haven't missed a single month so far. Less than 36969696969696969_360 Noscope.
Hey there, Mr. Goody. Welcome, dude. And thank you so much for that resub, dude. Welcome in, everybody. And hey there, Beyond. Hey there, Max. And thank you for the lurks. So, we are back with more AC Valhalla today. And yeah, gonna continue where we started yesterday in Norway. And yeah, I'm actually quite excited to get back into it. We're currently like 6 hours into it. And almost finished with the Norway saga. So the plan for today is to kind of like finish Reykjavik and all the other parts we can explore of Norway. And yeah, we're basically heading towards England. I'm very excited. Let's start a vote. But yeah, how are you doing today, Mr. Goody? Hope you're having a good evening. Also, holy shit. Game. What up? Let me check something here. Good, Mr. Goody. You ordered Subway today. You're looking into buying some G Fuel to try for first time.
It's with us!
That sounds nice, Mr. Goody. It's actually been a while since I had Subway myself, but definitely nice on occasion. Also, hey Verot, welcome in maid. Indeed, dude, Odin is with us. The second day of AC Valhalla. But yeah, how's it going? How's your evening, dude? Alright, so let's see if I start a Subway, because that was kind of weird. Okay, seems fine, I hope. Going good, thanks mate, how are you? That's good to hear, Rod, I'm glad you're doing well.
Money, sir. I'm poor, I'm sick and hungry.
Yeah, I'm doing quite well. Had a nice day so far, and very much looking forward to play more Valhalla. The plan is to kind of like finish off Norway, and maybe even make a start on England as well. So very excited to get to that part. And hey there, Wolfie, how's it going? You were told to look into G Fuel and a few of your friends drink it. So what is G Fuel exactly, Mr. Goody? I haven't heard of it before. You watch a bit of what I streamed of his playthroughs so far, and the amount of chills you had with the opening sequence, you had forgotten how damn good it was, because you've been so used to just going around collecting things and doing DLC content. Yeah, dude, to be honest, like personally, I think that the main game is on another level than, you know, like other side content and DLC stuff. It really doesn't compare that well in quality, but you know, the amount of like foreshadowing and like how well written and just seeing everything is said, it's honestly on another level. Definitely been enjoying it a lot. That's good to hear, Wolfie. Glad you're doing alright. But yeah, I don't think the side content is bad or anything in Valhalla. It's just different to the main game. It often is in these AC games, I think. But you know, the main story has kind of like the biggest focus. Except if you're playing Odyssey. And the main story is kind of like secondary. Energy supplements, sugar-free. You get them in tubs and it's powder-based. Ah, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I hope it helps, dude. Yeah, the writing and also I guess sometimes main stories are indistinguishable from the side quests, because they often kind of like make you do side quests for them. And I don't know, it feels a bit different in Valhalla. Right, we got the treasure hot map. let's have a look what it actually says. So then we got the Order of the Ancient Medallion. A medallion signifying its bearer's allegiance to the Order of the Ancients. Embossed upon is an image of Yggdrasil, the mythical tree that connects the 9 worlds. I should bring this back to Hytham at the Hidden Ones Bureau in my settlement, which doesn't exist yet. Because we don't have a settlement yet. And we got the Elk of Bloody Peaks hat. Proof of victory over the Elk of the Bloody Peaks. Bring it to Tenna, for this would make a fine trophy. Hunters of Silver Glory, west of Adrikstad, the Horde will look upon you from Tonghatin Rock's Eye. Engage its gaze and reap this reward. Okay, so we have to go some place called Tonghatin Rock's Eye. Okay, so I would assume up here. It will say west, but we have to look for like a high peak or something, so I would assume it's up here. But yeah, we have to go there anyway. Alright, so my plan is also to explore like and unfog every area of the map, which is kind of the reason we go up here to the side of the map. Because I want to uncover like this place if there's like anything maybe to read up or something. So I want to like literally go to every single location and unfog everything, with maybe the exception of like the seasides, like in England and stuff. Because there's literally nothing other than like water. Okay, can I get up here? I'd assume so. I wonder when Nukem Plus will happen with this. I remember reading a while ago that they were working on it, but I'm not sure how to implement it yet with the way the game was structured or something along those lines. Yeah, I remember reading that as well. I would kind of assume that in the second year we would get it. Like once the last DLC gets rolled out. Because at that point they know of a way how to implement like all the DLC content as well. Because I'm pretty sure that for Origins and Odyssey it got added quite late into development. Like more towards the time of the second DLC. Okay, area not available. And I really love Norway as a way they kind of like build the game world. Earlier today I actually watched one of the making of videos where they kind of like made the trip to Norway with like Darby McDevitt and the lead game designer, who also was the lead game designer on AC1, and also Raphael Lacoste, who was the art director on a lot of the Montreal games. And yeah, they all went like to Norway and kind of like took in the environments, but also like went kind of like culturally exploring the country, like going to you know, Viking museums and kind of like taking guides on kind of like the Viking life and all that type of stuff. But it was very important to them that everybody, like even, you know, game designer or people who don't necessarily build the game worlds, like even like sound designers should kind of like experience the game world and the real world, so they could kind of like you know, build it in better. I think they did a fantastic job. Oh, I can't really jump down here. Is it like climb? Yeah, exactly, dude. It definitely does help a lot to kind of like authentically build the game world. They seem to have done the same for Odyssey as well, actually. Like actually visiting Athens and stuff. And I would assume they do it for like some other AC games as well. Not sure why they started doing it. But It seems to kind of like been it's like one of the development processes, I guess, to kind of like visit the location you actually wanna load. Pretty sure they did it for Unity as well. I'll get past this. Looking right now, running on treadmill would not safe to type too much. Yeah, sounds good, dude. Definitely enjoy the treadmill. Have a look. It will totally run on the treadmill and type and fight. It's true. We all can't be A4 right, Jay. Can just aspire to be him or her. Yeah, exactly. Unity had 4 scans of building, you know. They offered them to folks restoring the Notre Dame Cathedral. Yeah, they actually did. I remember that as well. I remember that whole day quite well, actually. It's a bit sorry just having, you know, some that you've experienced and known so well. Not even from visiting, but like playing Unity. You're almost kind of like being destroyed. And that, you know, the game was actually...
Osiris, motionless, motionless like Osiris, motionless, his limbs like Osiris.
Actually more accurate to the original than, you know, the real thing was at that point. If you worked at UB, you would want to be on the payroll of a travel team that scouts locations. Wouldn't do dev work, but you would rack up the travel expenses. Yeah, dude, same. I can imagine just, you know, getting to explore other countries and then telling the dev team what they should do to recreate the game worlds. Pretty sick. Not really seems to be much here. Doubt that's gonna be anything on this side, but let's go closer to it. And I'm not sure if I wanna try this fight yet against Dringa, but we could try. It's definitely difficult though. I would assume we will die at least once or 5 times. Because it's definitely the most difficult target you have early game. Recently, Christopher Nolan's next movie was announced. It will have Cillian Murphy starring in it. It will be done with Universal instead of Warner. He has made movies for Warner since 2002 with Insomnia, so it's a big change. The movie will be about the creator of the atom bomb, J. Robert Oppenheimer. Interesting. I mean, I do love Cillian Murphy quite a lot, actually. I think he's a great actor. I love him as Scarecrow in Batman, but also as Tommy Shelby in Peaky Blinders. But also all the, like, you know, Christopher Nolan movies he has done. Like, I think, isn't he even in Inception? Maybe? It's been a while since I watched Inception. Ouch. Crook mode activated. Yeah, we see above that. With the acid difficulty, which is basically like even harder than very hard, we'll have 200% extra damage. So that's gonna be something. Here's Inception, yeah. Inception in general had like a fantastic cast. I love like every single actor in it, I think. He's definitely a great actor, and he was in that as the son of that billionaire. The Scarecrow was awesome. It really was, dude. The Scarecrow is just a character I like in general. Like also in the Batman games, he has like my favorite kind of like scenes. So when I watched yesterday, kind of said it had the same parry window as the very hard difficulty. Yeah, it's the same. The only difference between very hard and nightmare is the 70% damage increase by enemies. I'm gonna get a kick out of Scarecrow and Arkham Knight. Oh, that's nice. I was kind of missing him a little bit in City. But yeah, dude, if he's gonna be a big part of Knight, then I definitely look forward to it. Same as how just harder than normal. Yeah. Yeah. Hey Valevi, and good evening. How's it going? I just got some new games for yourself. Which one did you go for, Mr. Goody? Yeah, I'm doing good, Levy. Hey, Vator. Welcome, dude. Just kinda sad. You know why I talk to mom about the word and life. It's always just sad. So anything particular, Levy? It's like the current state of a word making you sad. Yeah, no worries, Tor. Definitely stay spoiler-free, dude. Thank you for dropping by.
Great position, Gerrit.
Deathloop, Tales of Arise, Ultimate Edition, Life is Strange, True Colors, Ultimate Edition. Ah, okay. Very nice. I watched a little bit of Life is Strange, and it looked quite interesting. You did go to IKEA, now you've played some bouts and kitchen utensils. You couldn't say it of the word, in society always makes you sad, you also miss your mom. Oh, that's fair, Levy. Yeah.
I'm looking for bears. There are none living here. Not now. But I have a better proposition than a rousing hunt. If you are a true Drenger, a warrior with honor running like sunlight in your veins, then you may help me fulfill my destiny.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable. There's always a lot of shit happening in the word. But there's always also positive things happening. Just gotta, you know, shift your focus sometimes away from some of the bad stuff. Yeah, Ava's doing well so far. We haven't really been doing much yet, except for climbing and run around. But I assume we're gonna be dying a couple times now, fighting this Drinker. So Ava's not gonna be doing too good, I think, in a minute. Note written in a shaky hand. My king, I hope my words will fly to you in Valhalla. I remain confined to Midgard. I alone of a Drenga have returned to our homeland. It is not the same without you. The burial pit could not be more lifeless. Auheim would be better than this. I pledge my life. Now send me a good death. Eric. Or I guess Erik. Okay, so I wanna save here real quick. Because I'm gonna assume we're gonna die. Gonna be honest. Like, this guy's already difficult on very hard. But on S here, I think he's gonna like one-shot us, maybe. Let's see.
You're a long way from any warm hearth, warrior. Is this where you call home?
My name is Eric Loyalskull. The great King Ragnar Lothbrok named me such. When we fought tearing up the fields of England, we built families, overthrew kingdoms, sailed mountains, fought for whole seasons. Now he is gone.
All of Norway laments the passing of King Ragnar. I cannot imagine the sorrow his warriors now feel.
We are but 6 who remain. His most loyal Drengir. Yet without his guiding light, his strength and vision, we are lost. It was in this cavern that I knew my life was tied to Ragnar's. We were young, hunting a bear, when we chanced upon this spot. He killed it with nothing but a knife. Leapt on its back, held tight, writhing like a fly on a dragon. He stayed put. And it was done. Together we celebrated the kill, as if we had felled the beast together. That is when I knew I would live and die for this man. I did not die beside my lord in Ali's pit of snakes, but I can make amends. Fight me, warrior. Send me to meet him in Odin's hall.
You're hoping for some kind of reference in this game to the video game The Lost Vikings? It may have been unintentional, but this Lost Drenga could be considered a reference, just not using the actual word Viking. I mean, it could be, yeah. Kind of like lost throughout the game world, all by themselves. And I mean, Drenga is kind of like Viking term, right? So I would say it would fit.
It is with great honor I will fight a true Drenga. When you're ready.
Very well. For Ragnar Lothbrok, the true king of Norway. For glory, for the wandering Drengir do I raise my blade.
Watch. Whoa! Fuck. That attack is awful. And he throws the axes.
You honor me with your skill and ferocity. That is all that matters.
Fuck. Okay, shit. Okay, fuck. I'm basically dead now. I tried to parry, but it didn't work. But I think it's doable. Like, we got him to half health. Just gotta be not risking to parry, like his special attacks. Yeah, let me go ahead and add that actually to death counter. Okay, I still haven't changed attacks, so it's not this no stealth challenge, of course. But it's free deaths. Dringalatry means a valiant, gallant, chivalrous man, lad, youth, a boy, one who is bold, reckless, or inexperienced. Interesting. I didn't know all these descriptions. I just knew kind of like meant honorable warrior of the Vikings, at least in this game. But yeah, I wanna try again. I think we can beat him. The only different difficulty is kind of like his ranged throwing axes. And we have to kind of like dodge his red attack.
You're a long way from
My name, we will all, we are, it I did.
it.
For Ragnarok, for glory, for the wandering Drengir do I raise my blade.
What's that? The parry timing is actually tricky sometimes. Okay, fuck. This is going worse than last time. So tricky parrying that attack. Yeah, that was to be expected. I lost way too much health at the beginning. If somebody once said that death you can.
You're
My name, we will all, we are, I did.
it is.
For Ragnarok, for glory, for the wandering Drengir do I raise my blade. You honor me with your skill and ferocity. That is all that matters.
His throwing attack is so annoying.
You are a true Dranger.
I can stun him multiple
Ragnar
times.
would have liked you.
That changes things. Okay, that makes it way easier. Since when does that folk? So usually if you have done the stun attack, you can't really hit the weak spots anymore and like still stun attack him a second time. But for some reason that works against this guy. And that makes it way easier. You know, because the damage on these stun attacks is insane.
A fitting end to honorable warring. Now I go to see my brother. He who laughed at death. Scourge of all England. Ragnar Lothbrok.
Farewell, Dringa. Listen for hoofbeats and follow the Valkyries home.
He laughed at me. I couldn't believe it. Yeah, not anymore. Okay, is there anything else in here? I wonder. Change in the patch because you did it to Zealots too. Ah, you can. Yeah, must have been a patch then. I mean, it definitely makes it quite a bit easier. Or save a boutique. Okay. Anything in here? Must be where he stepped or something. Yeah, it must be freaking cold. But I mean, cold water is very beneficial to your health actually. Especially if you're kind of like doing a lot of movement. And if you get like, you know, hurt on a regular basis. Which for Eivor is all the case. But yeah, maybe not the way he does it though. Like, you know, full clothing. So we encountered the lost Dranger of Ragnar Lothbrok. Drenga is a glorious and honorable warrior, one willing to go to the ends of the earth seeking righteous glory. The term can be literally translated to badass based on my research. These were elite and would have stood by Ragnar no matter the circumstance. Now they are somewhat lost, but still crave Valhalla. You bring just went from water to cold ice blue. You bought 2 blue mugs from IKEA that look very nice. Yeah, our brain likes to do that. It's called associative memory, according to Walter White from Breaking Bad. Okay, I think we can actually get the advanced assassination now. Yeah. Very nice. This snow always makes you think of ice cream. I mean, that's fair. I reckon you don't get a lot of snow in Australia, do you? But yeah, it does kind of look like ice cream. Yeah, I do wonder if we have, yeah, there's like a couple small locations you could still discover. Let's go and sell a bit. Only in certain places, yeah, I'd imagine. Yeah, that's like before the experience levy.
We're off.
And Haverbug. I have not created a completionist command yet, but I'm doing like everything. So it includes like all the activities of the collected boats and all the letters and stuff.
Run up the sail!
Yeah, for now I will collect the small treasures as well. I might not do it for the whole playthrough. I have to see how motivated I am later on, but given that they also have like often like notes and lore pieces, I would actually love to do it if I have the time for it. So yeah, it does include them for now.
Bring the sail in!
For the remaining ones, you need the lower half of England.
We will pick up.
Yeah. I mean, there's like so many of these small treasures. I didn't collect them all my first time. Really focused on like all the major wealth opportunities.
Sail out!
Yeah, that's fair road. First time I just didn't want to spend like so much time collecting all that type of stuff, you know. just really get through like the main story. But now that I know the ending and stuff, I don't feel the need to you know, get to the ending like quickly, or as quick as I can doing Completionist, I guess. So yeah, this time I'm just gonna really take my time and just get everything, I think. I also want to focus a bit more on like fishing and hunting than I have been my first time. I kind of set that back for a long time, and then in the end, you know, I didn't really get the deliveries finished because I just didn't focus on it whatsoever. Okay, we haven't really uncovered this part here. Hold on, actually.
The sail!
I'll dock here real quick and
Hey, what are you doing?
unfuck that.
Too cold. My blood freezes.
Yeah, I agree, Levy. I actually enjoy people doing Completionist as well. So this can be kind of like unsatisfying if people are skipping a lot of content. But yeah, there's always like room for different kind of playthroughs. Like I would assume it was for some people maybe unsatisfying to watch me play Odyssey the way I did, because I was literally skipping like so much content. But I think Psycholexius made up for that. Yeah, exactly, Levy. I also think, you know, like there's always time to do like certain type of playthroughs. It's definitely nice when you like really enjoy a game to kind of like completely take your time and just taking like everything there's to do. Yeah, definitely did make it better, Rod. That way I, you know, never really felt like taking the game too serious. And it helped with like some of the frustrations I have when I, you know, dissect the game and do like a canon playthrough or something like that. Okay, nothing up here. Let's go back to the longship.
Let the sail out! You salt skulls, got a story?
You may not know this, but Ragnar Lothbrok once asked me to lead his early assault on England myself. This would have been 8, maybe 10 years back. It's hard to say. The winters blow into one another like a great white fog. But I remember as if it were yesterday. Ragnar appeared at my home unannounced. Naturally, I welcomed him. He had traveled a great distance only to see me. So I poured him ale and fed him bread and listened as he talked. He was feeling anxious about his journey. Leading so many men into such a great war, it was a burden he could not handle. It was then, with tears wetting his lids, that he said, "Dag, teach me the art of war. Lead us to England and to victory." But I shook my head. "Ragnar," I told him, I have 2 weddings I must attend soon. Were it not for these, surely I would help you. Ragnar bowed his head. Thank you, dog, he said. Though you will not be on my ship, you will be present in spirit. And that is enough.
Mr. Goody, dude, thank you so much for 500 bits for coming in hot with the biddies. Thank you so much, dude. That's very generous of you. It's really funny how everybody's just laughing at the end, you know, like nobody's taking his story serious. Typical Dag. Also to kill all the Seals, unfortunately. It's kind of like always heartbreaking when you hear that dying sound of him. But we gotta hunt all the animals. Yeah, that book is gonna have pages upon pages, Devi. In this playthrough. You know, that's the thing that you said about earlier. Like, a completionist playthrough is so peaceful, you know? You like literally everything. Like killing all the animals. Okay. What do I get from here? Ah, no mind. I didn't see this. Fair enough.
Precision getter.
Precision getter? Ah, this guy. That's the guy we helped to take down the warlock. Even though in the end I was kind of like unhappy with it because warlock seemed to have been right. But it's fine. Alright, so we are done on here. There's like another wealth opportunity, it seems. Let's go and check that out.
More sail!
I'm not sure right now actually, Levy, because I don't have my window open. But when I started streaming it didn't rain. I have my window closed, sorry. So I don't hear it right now. But yeah, when I was starting streaming it didn't rain. I could actually check here in a sec.
Reef sails!
deadly coat. It's like nothing forever. Alright, let me do a quick rain check, Levy. Okay, it's not really raining over here. It's like a few drops, but
Where's the lamb
not actual rain.
Come on, man.
I just need it.
This is the lamb.
Where's the lamb sauce?
Right here, chef. I
Lamb
have it.
sauce is coming up.
Where's the lamb sauce?
Sail! Catch the wind!
Sing us a song.
Yeah, we're searching for lamb sauce rod. All across Norway. It must be somewhere. It's been raining pretty much non-stop since like 4 PM. Damn. Yeah, we got like a bit of rain today, but definitely not like constant. There's no way that is lamb sauce. It has to be lamb gravy. Yeah, it's a subtle but important difference.
Sail down!
Save it for later.
Have you been staying in bed the entire day, Levy? That's fair. Yeah, no worries, Ronnie. Thank you for the lurk, dude. I appreciate it. You have a good day as well. And we'll talk to you soon for sure. And thanks for the shout out back to Ronnie as well, Rod. Oh, nice. A weapon rune?
This area is off limits.
That's actually nice. With the Raven loot ability, I can now like shoot fish. I don't have to swim into water to catch it. pretty useful. Easy fishing. You go back from IKEA at around 1, so like you took the morning to get some groceries and unpacked. And after IKEA made some lunch and then you didn't leave a bed again. Yeah, that's fair. Definitely sounds like you deserved some rest. Also, hey there, Farah, 75, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day. Head stomp. Note to the outlawed. Do not steal from Kutve and the wars will leave us be. The life and land of Raven Clan is ours for the taking. Yeah, not quite. Kutve and his men are defeated. Okay, we got another 2 skill points. I think I want to go this route. Kind of like get the slow motion ability because it's really useful to have for combat. Or we could go and get dual swap and then go down here. I do have a dual swap ability because it allows you to switch your weapons, and then the movement set of course changes, which means you can vary the combat a bit more with like the special combos and stuff like that. It's like a completely different skill set essentially. Yeah, I do like the skill tree quite a bit actually. Though I did enjoy it more at the very start of the game, where they didn't show you like all the abilities that you can get like later. I did it I think because player feedback was that people didn't enjoy it, like not knowing what would be there eventually. Because I guess if you don't do Completionist, you wouldn't get maybe all abilities, and then you want to make sure you can get like all the abilities you want to have, but I did enjoy it more when it was like completely uncovered, covered, I guess. Kind of like the mystery of not knowing what's on this side. But it does make it easier to kind of like plan your playstyle. That's what people want, I guess. Alrighty, I guess we can go over here next. Okay, we actually have in here already. I did read this yesterday.
Yeah!
Nothing on you!
Yeah!
Yeah!
Damn it, I don't have any arrows left. Usually there's some like at trees sometimes. You can pick them up there. But of course they're like a bit more rare because you know, they haven't been like hunting everywhere and wasting arrows. Yeah, maybe I should try that heavy. Just imagine an arrow. Come here. Need your pouch. It actually worked. If you use the sleep dart ability, you can apparently still get an arrow that way. Pick up that arrow again if I like wasted it. Doesn't seem like.
Finnum dyrgripar!
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Every time I hear that horn, I have to think of the mice as well. And this sound alerts. It's usually the one I redeem when I get into his channel. Now it's saying the rifle.
Hush now.
Do that every time you raid him. Yeah, that's fitting. Rod Temper is under train, gotta get some sleep. Have a great stream, Sunny. No worries whatsoever, dude. You definitely have a good night as well. And hopefully a good rest too. And yeah, for anybody that hasn't checked out yet, definitely consider doing so. He's a big fan of Assassin's Creed, is playing currently for Origins and Valhalla over weekends. During the week he's playing currently for the Splinter Cell series, where he's been playing Padua Tomorrow and Chaos Fury. And on Thursdays and Fridays he's playing Tomb Raider and the Batman Arkham games respectively. So a lot of great games to catch there, and really entertaining streamer as well. So definitely recommend checking out his channel if you haven't yet. I just stomped that Arctic Fox to death. And yeah, that's a voice rod. More than happy to. Thank you, Levi, for giving me a shout out in chat as well. And thank you, Rod, for taking care of the account as well. Is that enough of these IP grabber accounts?
You have courage!
Which Jarl?
He has been taken by bandits! Come quickly!
A Jarl taken by bandits.
If you are as brave as you appear, you will come! You will be well rewarded!
What the fuck? That's right, I came out of nowhere. I was like actually pressing Y to go on my
Kill him!
was
Do they not want a ransom?
the timing. Ah, okay, so short creation date. I got you, dude. That actually reminds me, I have to still start my bot. I always forget to do that. I can't like autobans accounts of right that are not old enough. Right, I think that worked.
It is not far! We are near! Go on, they are up ahead.
You know where they are. You lead.
Fine, follow me.
So much to that.
Norway belongs to the Norse!
This pathetic gamble has cost them their lives.
They threatened to kill me if I did not help.
So to save your life, you led others to their death.
Our village was burned by Kjotve the Cruel. We had to flee to the forest. Those who survived grew mean and desperate. Olaf, one of the men you killed, said we had to fight for our land. But he only wanted to kill for silver.
There was no need for this fight. Kjotve is dead, by my hand. I have lifted his boot from your neck.
Olaf, you lifeless fool! You almost murdered our rescuer!
Your second mistake was choosing me as your prey.
That was not a mistake. You looked like a good fighter. I was hoping you would kill or weaken Olaf so I could escape.
You are young and still foolish, so I will spare you your life. But cross me again, or harm anyone I cherish, and you will join your friends in Helheimer's foul forests.
You will never see me again. I will be a white rabbit in the snow.
Sure. That was a lot of blood. Yeah, just a little bit. It's kind of funny how brutal the combat already is, and we haven't even unlocked like a tenth of the moves you can learn eventually.
Best not to draw attention here.
Okay, this is restricted. Favorite is when the stomping still works even though the baddie is basically almost standing again. Yeah. It's like I'm still gonna stomp on your feet. Okay. Let's go down here. Nice. The recurve bow. I believe that's the Predator one. Yeah. Perfect, because they're actually out of arrows. Increase attack when close to full health. That's really good. Once wielded by the soldiers of the King Eric of Hordaland, this fine bow fell into the mercenary hands after the king's defeat at Hafersfjord? I think that's it. The breaker of toes. That's him. Okay, let's also increase the hood. And now we can also use the Raven Clan helmet, nice. Alright, you also got the spear now. Could actually use this one. We don't have enough resources to upgrade it, so the damage is kind of like lackluster. But I think it's still right. damage difference isn't quite as severe as like in Odyssey or something, where you have to like constantly have your level be exactly like the upgrade level be exactly on your level to even do like any damage. It's a bit more balanced and less like stat dependent than Odyssey. Tovar Levy. It's a new one. There's like so many wars. Stone War, Tree War, Tovar. Okay, this guy's kind of like investigating. Okay, so we have what do we have? One more location there, and there's another one. What? He just jumped to his death. Good job, dude. So, you know, a lot of AC YouTubers would say at this point that the stealth was just broken, you know, because the dude detected me even though or I got thrown into conflict, you know, even though this guy didn't directly see me. But there's actually a good chance that he did see me, you know, because there's like you can definitely have a look over where I was kind of like standing. Plus, you know, the fact that one of his mates died alerted him, and that makes sense. It actually makes more sense than Origins and Odyssey stealth system, but a lot of people are saying that's like a flaw, you know, because you get detected too quickly. There's also the same people that say, you know, AC has been lacking in realism and stealth, and the AI is like stupid. Now it's like smarter, it's like nope, can't have that. have a finishes this occasion. Let's go over here. What did Thor say to Odin right before Thor did the final attack? Pikachu. Yeah, I think baby Thor was saying that.
Hey!
It's like the age is not supposed to care. Oh, my blower buddy died, whatever. Let me just continue to not look where the shot came from, because that makes sense. Yeah. Like, a lot of people are just so obsessed with kind of like being completely stealthy, you know? Like, during an entire camp. I don't realize that a lot of effort is needed to get that. And yeah, it has become like more difficult. Like, the vision ranges have been are like better for the enemies now. That's for the purpose of realism, in my opinion.
Let the sail out!
Hearken well in hall of kings. On ocean steed my words gain wing. Odin's mead I forth will bring.
Reef sails!
For noble deeds thine honour sing. The brave man slain Valkyrier ways. Reward for strain to Valhalla take.
We can continue.
A precision gather. Oh, nice, we have put on. I think it was reindeer, wasn't it? Never mind, it's a regular idea. Right, let's do this. Let's go and take a trip. First, let me read this. Note written in unsteady hand. The first gate leads to Trudheim, where Thor thunders until Ragnarok. The second gate leads to Freya's Folkvang, for good men and women grown weary of battle. And the third gate leads to Glitzheim, where the Allfather welcomes his blood drinkers. Okay. So for Freya, Odin.
Oh.
It's Thor with the hammer. It's kind of cool actually, the detail on the helmet, because you're gonna have a similar helmet from the Thor set that also has like kind of like wings on the helm. Okay, so 4. Then we have Freya. And Odin, your father.
One who wanders widely and has traveled far will learn the scope of mankind's nature and discover common sense.
I actually quite like that the quote. It's like the more you travel and the more you learn of different cultures, the more you get to make out the similarities between, you know, different humans. And you might get an understanding of, you know, like thinking above cultures even. This is a place, I think, where things started with Eivor.
What see you, old friend?
Is it? Or maybe not. Maybe not. But there is something inside here where we can interact with that's like story dependent.
Is anyone home? This is not a natural quiet. It's as if a curse has befallen this place. Ornir and Ymir. Wonder where they've gone.
Ornir's journal, Ain. King Harald is no lover of poetry. He desires only the puffed up praise from lesser, meat-soaked scouts. He can banish me from his house, but he will not silence my saga of King Harald the Unfair One, that will be sung after his bone dust feeds the earth. But first we must hunt, Ymir and I, and at night when our bellies are full, the poetry will flow like meat. Okay, we need a key here.
Ymir was killed.
Freya. The wolves that took Ymir have come for me. The lice-ridden curse got past my traps and I hear them at the door. I cannot remember when I last ate, but the blood rage gives me strength, and soon I will drink theirs. I will take many of the beasts down with me, and ride to Valhalla on their houts of despair. Yes, that's how he died. Just drinking like raw wolf blood. Nothing else.
Go, my eyes.
Okay, so where's the key, I wonder? Maybe down here. Yeah, there's the key. It looks like it has been abandoned for a long time, but it's always good to ask if anyone saw. Yeah, I mean, better be safe and sorry. Yeah, I agree. Like a lot of these letters that you can find in the open world are actually quite high quality.
It must be the pack that Ornir quarreled with. Ornir, your worst fears realized. But your death will not be in vain. He went to face them.
Fioria. Ymir was out of at night, but not to feed, defending us against the darkness as I slept. I buried his remains in the moonlight, while his killers howled the dire death song. The intrigues of Harald's court are fading memory. Ymir was a good dog and a loyal companion. I am alone, but rage burns with a cold heat. Yeah, this is where he died for.
Torn to pieces by wolves. None remain on this island. I should leave this place.
Yeah, this game really is one of the most beautiful games I ever played. But that is the case for a lot of the AC games. But yeah, Valhalla is also absolutely beautiful. It's also a highlight just playing through a series, like getting to see all these different locations and game worlds. Right, so that finishes this location as well. Let's go down here next. I love the echo that happens just before you go out of the loading screen.
Let's go. More sail. Sing, my ravens.
Fortifications there, Eivor.
Let's hit the bastards!
sacrifice for Odin!
Did that work? Feed with Sparta? Yeah, it did work. It was just a very loud game sound at the same time. I did definitely hear it. Yeah, I mean, it could be that it wasn't displayed on stream, but just for tests.
My precision getter.
It does work.
Right, let's get back to the ship.
Ice bar.
Alright, so I think we're now finished with like the southern part of Reykjavik. Should have collected all the small worth locations as well. Yeah, that's the one, but that's like on the upper half, I would say. Yeah. Alright, cool. So we want to focus on the upper half now. There's only like 4 locations left actually, at least major locations. So let's go up here actually to the northwestern side, because the closer we get to the northeastern side, we're gonna get quite close to the next main quest. So we're gonna finish the last locations and do some main quest. Questions from where do we sell? I think from up down here. Stavanger. Yeah, let's do it.
Let's get out of here. Sail out! Let's have a song. We need an epic tale.
There was a woman called Nal, who came by ship to Fornburg and heralded, demanding to meet King Sigvaldi, Styrbjorn's father. Nal was from Gautland. She was tall and rugged and strong, and everyone who walked near her said she smelled of men's blood. When her message was sent to our king, Nal was made to wait a full day. Yet she did not complain. She watched the waves and sang songs. Night came and went, and still Nal sat by the shore of the fjord singing her songs. She skipped rocks with children and smiled. As the afternoon of the second day approached, King Sigvaldi's messenger reappeared. They spoke...
Hold on, good Scott.
Whoops. I kind of forgot that that cancels the story, unfortunately. Yeah, I wonder if I go story again, we repeat that.
Strike up a tune. Let's hear a story.
Not long before leaving for England,
Okay, it's another
I
one.
made a solitary trek into the mountains east of Fornburg. I was looking for elk or deer or other game to bring home. But my luck was poor, and I could find nothing worth my arrows. Coming up over a rise, I saw a rounded mountain ahead of me, with a strange narrow slit in the earth, running left to right. There appeared to be fresh water in this crevasse, which was strange, for it was on its side. As I approached, the ground rumbled and the crevasse shuddered. Then it opened, as wide as a lake and ringed with color. Stepping back to take in the view, I realized with a shock what I was seeing. The Eye of Jormungandr, the World Serpent. Yes, he sleeps near Old Fornburg, blessing us with his dreams. Oh, if we could return there now, I would show you the place. One day, maybe. One day I will show you the place.
Sure. It's kind of funny, you know, the start of a game that seems, of course, like a fairy tale. But know what we know about, you know, the ending of a game and kind of like the Easter storyline. Doesn't seem too far off of what could be, you know, possible. Like obviously exaggerated, but not impossible. Okay, so I'm gonna go up here. And there.
Run up the sail!
I actually love that sun color here. It's kind of like having these like, you know, pink shades.
Prop the sail!
To our lush and fertile shores.
I did not expect to find anyone on this island.
And why not? This is England, home to a nation of Saxons and Danes. Our shores are open for trade.
England? That is not what I expected.
Many from Norway find the trip dizzying, but fortunately you have me to guide you. I know the land better than my own son.
Are you all right?
My son, nesting with the Picts north of Hadrian's Wall. Who knows what schemes they're hatching? Or the sort of people they might send to spy on me.
You said something about a tour?
Of course, a tour. Follow me. This is the city of London, first built by the Romans during ancient times. We have not seen builders like that since.
I guess they had to work with what they had.
Yeah, this is clearly England. Torn and tattered flyer. England is closer than you think. Come and visit beautiful England. Rich fields and game-filled forests await. Marvel at the walls of old London or the busy streets of New Winchester. You might even be lucky enough to meet King Alfred himself. The king is generous and offers land north of Hadrian's Wall for any strong enough to hold it. And you will need great strength to battle the savages who make their home in the north. They are an uncivilized people who will burn your homes and steal your children. Join me in my fight to rid the land of these monsters. The writing degenerates into unreadable scribblings. So he's clearly seeing things.
These are the Dover Cliffs, famous for their bluebirds.
It's kind of cool because you get to see all of these locations he talks about kind of like later on in England. Then it's gonna be like the real deal.
Here is Jorvik, the Dane city of trade. Keep this between us, but King Alfred has a plan for Jorvik.
I see.
It's actually true. King Alfred has designs for the entirety of England.
This is Hadrian's Wall, our last line of defense against the barbarous Picts.
It is a line of sorts.
At the end of our tour is Winchester, the heart of Wessex. Where is King Alfred? Those honorless Picts, they have taken the king. We must seek them north of Hadrian's Wall. Where are you, my king?
I'm sure he is somewhere.
Do not worry, my king. I am coming.
I guess that's the king, the puppet there. My mother's wish. John, this will be my last winter. The Wolver tells me so. When the earth reclaims my bones, you must come care for your father. He's still the man I married, but his mind is not well. I fear he will be sent to some hellish place if he dies this way. Please try to make his final days peaceful. Some say the gods decide where we go when we die, but I think it is how we live. Your reward will be great. Essa. It's actually cool because it's kind of like a parallel to Eivor's story. Because for Eivor it's currently important the way you die, right? And that you die with a lot of glory. Which I guess also says something about the way you lived, but there's gonna be like a shift for Eivor. You know, caring more about the living things and especially like, you know, friends. And family than glory and death. So it's kind of like a bit of a parallel to where Eivor is like heading, I guess, character evolution wise.
My king! What happened? Why won't you speak?
Who in hell's name are you? Why are you going through my things? Thor's balls, you found it. Why did you take it back? You set him off again.
Traitor! The king won't speak to me. You cut out his tongue.
He has no tongue.
Because you cut it out.
You're his son?
Do not feed this fantasy. His wits wither and become those of a babe. I took him here to ease his madness, but it grows worse. I try using reason or playing along, but he hears only what he wants to hear.
Only what he wants to hear. I have an idea that could help, if you let me. Old man, your king is worn out from his ordeal. I can hear him speak very softly. He is praising you. He wants to thank...
Heesing.
He wants to thank Husing for his loyalty to the crown.
What else does he say?
Lie, the big surrender. Yeah, we started that way, right? So we're gonna follow suit.
The Picts, terrified at word of your approach, will pledge themselves to the crown if you spare their lives.
They will?
And they agree to pay a daily tribute of food and other goods in exchange for free passage through your lands.
Oh, it is a good deal and greater news. Thank you. You may leave the king in my care now.
This will only lead to further delusion.
You will know at least that he eats every day. And maybe someday the fog will lift.
Forgive my ill will. I knew this would be a difficult end, but sometimes the weight bears down heavily.
There's courage and honor in what you do, and the gods know it. Good luck to you.
Looks like England is united.
The Picts have been fine subjects. King Alfred is pleased.
The peace holds. For now.
So yeah, that's actually a good outcome, because, you know, as he said, he only does hear what he wants to hear. So if he would say, wake from your dream, it wouldn't do anything to him. But this way, you know, he at least will continue to live his life. even if it's like, you know, a delusion.
Sail! Catch the wind! Sail down!
Eivor! Tuosta se on tehty.
Yeah, you never should underestimate these polar bears, actually. Especially in real life. They're one of the most deadliest enemies, or enemy animals that you can kind of like face, I guess. Where are you flying? If you're not away from me. Alright. Next location's over there. I think we can just ride there, to be honest. I think there's another polar bear. hold on. There's some iron ore. If you want to take that.
Go! Sure!
Wait, hold on. Is this where Ava got attacked by the wolf? I think it is actually. Definitely it's a location. I don't think Ava actually makes a comment about it. However, Ava does make a comment about the home. And it should be up here, right? So let's go there next. Wanna listen to what Ava has to say about where the attack happened.
Show me.
Yeah, I guess it's the place. It's completely in ruin now. With Eivor's parents dying. The rest of their clan basically joined the Raven clan. Eivor including.
Home. Or it was home once. Now it is nothing but bone.
How beautiful is this for?
This is where father and mother left this world. I would have died with them in dishonor, if not for Sigurd.
Yeah, there you go. It's also very interesting how Eivor thinks about the death of his parents, right? He kind of thinks they brought dishonor by giving up to Kjotve. Because Kjotve didn't honor his word, you know? And for Eivor, that's kind of like a life thrown away. But that's also part of his character evolution, you know? Later on, he realizes that he would give his life as well for his loved ones. And it's very interesting, you know? It's character evolution. Because if I start, you know, like redeeming his honor is kind of like a soul motivation, really.
Mother, if I had followed your orders, would you have lived? Would you and father have triumphed?
This is of course a location where Eivor, you know, kind of like put the sword on, like into a window. And then his mother kind of like threw somebody into the sword. And that's the longhouse where the festivities started. Let's go inside, shall we?
I loved climbing up here. Made me feel as high as a raven.
We can actually sit down here. This is where Styrbjörn of course sat when Eivor gave him the arm ring as kind of like a sign of honor or of loyalty, I guess, between the Raven clan and the clan of Eivor's parents.
Mother used to sing me to sleep by this hearth. Her voice made me feel safe. I've not felt safe since then. Not really. I still remember the smell of the feast. The anticipation of a dinner I never got to eat.
Press F for dinner for. That was the most important thing out of this, you know. But like getting attacked and losing some loved ones, it's missing out on the dinner. God damn it.
This room, my old bed, they felt much larger when I was young.
Ah, okay, so that was actually Eivor's room.
A lifetime ago, it seems.
I was in here at the start of the game. I was wondering, you know, who this room might have belonged to. But this makes sense because there's a lot of similarity to the room that Eivor's gonna be getting in Ravensthorpe. And hey Bekeskra, welcome in, how's it going? Okay, I wanna find a way to get up here. It works.
Father first showed me this passage, I was so excited. I won every game of hide and fetch after that.
That's also cool, you know, because it kind of establishes that Eivor has been training stealth, so to say, since an early age, because often it comes like natural, right? You kind of like play hide and seek, for instance, as a child and learn to blend in or, you know, to find a good hiding spot. And it's like a cool kind of connection to, you know, that coming natural to Eivor. Welcome back, Levi. You fell asleep, that's the worries. I hope you had a good bit of sleep just then. Also, Ava Barney, how's it going? Welcome. And welcome back, Wolfie.
Hacksilver, gems, precious things. How did Kjotve's dogs miss this?
That's the question. Alrighty. So let's go further into the northeast here. I wanna go over here. Good thing is the locations seem to be marked in the unfogged or fogged areas as well. So don't actually have to unfog everything.
Right position, Gerech.
You've been thinking about getting this game, doing some recon. Yeah, I can really recommend this game for sure. I absolutely love it, personally. Have you played the other AC games? Okay, let me also invest some skill points here. We're gonna get light damage and then the dual swap. So we can switch our weapons and get like a no movement set because of it. Played Odyssey, really enjoyed it, Alexis for life. Yeah, I mean, if you enjoyed Odyssey, then I would assume you probably also find some liking in this game. It's a bit more serious in its tone than Odyssey was, but it's really, really damn good, and still has, you know, kind of like a similar RPG system with like choices and stuff. But yeah, definitely a bit more serious in its tone. Okay, let's actually upgrade the quiver. We can do that. And also upgrade the cloak. And I'm gonna switch my weapons. I wanna go for dual wielding. Let's go for Varens X. And secondary, gonna go for the hammer. So it might actually be worth to go for stealth damage, because I'm gonna assume that's gonna increase, for example, my bow damage as well. Like it should apply to Hunter and Assassin damage, I think. Yeah, no worries whatsoever, Levy. Definitely get some sleep. You take care and have a good night, Levy. And yeah, I talk to you soon. Definitely have a good sleep. And Mr. Gori, dude, gifting a tier 1 sub to Geskra. Thank you so much for doing that, dude. Geskra, congratulations on that gift sub. I hope you enjoy it. And some of your modes. Yeah, cheers, Gori. Yeah, they definitely did a bit of an overhaul to the combat. It's like less superpowers and more like kind of like visceral, brutal combat. And especially like fighting, you know, human enemies, there's like lots of different combos and mechanics that you can utilize. and like yeah, really brutal like skills and stuff. I love the combat. It's definitely my favorite out of Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla. Okay, let's go for next.
I should not be seen in this area.
I shouldn't. So let's have a look at our headshot damage currently. It's not quite enough to kill him. I do wonder if we go for stealth damage. That actually has an impact there. Doesn't. I think that may be because it's only affecting like the weapons since like the last patch. But that might not be intended then. Or maybe it's only affecting the actual assassin damage. Okay, let's try going for attack here and headshot damage there. It's like barely doing any more damage. I think it's actually because with recent patch, I kind of like disabled the runes taking over to weapons that you're using them with. Like for example, headshot damage would be useless of Warhammer now, but before the patch it would also have effective a bow. But it doesn't seem to be doing it right now. Let's use a Jacker bow for now. Insert stealth on that actually. Wonder if that does anything. I mean, slightly more damage. That might be because of the damage difference between this and Hunnish Bow. It has 2 more attack. Okay, let's go for stealth and headshot. I think that's enough to kill this guy. Doesn't do any more damage for some reason. Maybe it applies like after I do the shot. I'm not sure why it doesn't have to have much of an impact.
No shame in being patient.
You're watching a 4 movie and thought, hey, isn't that an AC Viking game? And now you watch. Yeah, dude. That's actually even 4 Sema in theory you can get in this game as well. How's the story in this game? It's actually really good in my opinion.
My decision get it.
Writing is very well done. And if you're kind of like a fan of AC lore, like of a series of AC, then you definitely will be happy.
Try the offside lead.
Yeah, I really like the story a lot.
Let's drive a wedge. Curse you.
Oi. That's so nice. Well, that's one way to finish an enemy. would you have to play the previous AC games to appreciate its story? I would definitely say so, yeah. The thing is, this game makes like a lot of differences to like almost all the AC games in a way. Like it probably is the AC game that makes the most references. However, I don't think you have to play them to appreciate the story at all, you know. It's just to fully appreciate like, you know, all the kind of like references and stuff. You probably would have to play the other games. But I would say on its own it's already quite good, you know. It just, once you kind of like have played the other games and get these references, it really elevates the story quite a bit, you know. But yeah, it's still good on its own, for sure. It's not like, you know, there's like references every couple minutes, but almost. I think there's like lots of connections to the other AC games. But yeah, have you played any other AC games? Pineapple? Played Ezio's Arc. Oh, that's nice. So there are actually references to Ezio as well in this game. And a pretty good one. I bet. But yeah, Ezio, like the whole Desmond saga, is my favorite gaming experience like ever, I think. And AC2 is like my favorite game of all time.
Yeah!
You played 3 and lost all your interest after Desmond's death. Yeah. It's understandable. A lot of people fell that way. And I felt like, you know, the modern day was finished in a way, since we had played him for such a long time. But yeah, also Desmond has quite a lot of references in this game. We talk about him and Sean and Rebecca quite a lot. It's kind of funny, but he wants us to throw down his crates for him, back to the next world or something. Is what he is believing. But I wonder what would happen if I would throw them already down before talking to him. He doesn't say anything for first one. Yeah, just throw all of them down. The side quests. So, yeah, they actually reduced the side quests, so to say, quite a bit since Origins Odyssey. So, instead of like the usual side quests, you have like world events, like this one, where you can just like meet random persons in the open world. I mean, they're not totally random, but of course, like, properly realized, but they're much shorter, and they don't take you very far away from that place most of the time. So you do spend less time kind of like doing side quests and more focusing on like you know, very short contained stories, and of course like all the other like side activities like for example the cairn stones or the anomalies, all that type of stuff. There's quite a lot of variety in like the locations that you have, but not all of them are like side quests. I think it's a good step, you know.
Grant me power to offer this sacrifice. Give me the strength to give to you.
Because I felt, especially in Odyssey, the side quests started to feel very repetitive and very similar. So for me it was like a nice change of pace, having like shorter
Gods,
stories.
grant me power to offer this sacrifice. Give me the strength to give to you.
I'm gonna throw down more of these, because we're gonna see what he will say when we have like already thrown down all of them. Even though he will ask us to do this. And Haven Maverick, welcome dude. It's going good. Playing some Valhalla. It's an awesome game. How was Ghost of Tsushima today? Did you advance further in Act 2?
May the gods grant you luck for your efforts.
I hope it is good luck.
Thank you for your help. You did not have to do this.
Kind and courageous people live the best lives. But it can be a difficult path to keep.
I have tried to live well. It is enough that the gods know that, even if the name Harek Gand is forgotten in Midgard.
So, what will you do now that this task is done?
Done? That was to announce my arrival. Now I leave this world. Enjoy your life. To Asgard!
What? Wait!
Thank you!
Thor's hammer. That was a shock.
Okay, so it skips the initial dialogue with him and skips directly to the ending cutscene. But yeah, that's why he wanted us to throw down his crates, because we wanted to follow them into Asgard, the afterlife. Yeah, glad to be of help. He did one main mission, accidentally though. He's still keeping the rest of it to done with his side quests. Often Flipper said, did he just suicide? Yeah, he did. He thought it would, you know, lead him to Valhalla and Asgard. Dying a glorious death, so to say. Or not. That was something. Wait, I'm running in circles. Actually smart. But yeah, that's not how every word event is for. Not everybody jumps from a cliff. But they do usually tend to have like a more kind of like light-hearted nature, actually. Whereas the main story is a bit, you know, more on the dramatic side. That's a good balance, I think, that way. Between serious and comedy. Okay. So we are actually done with Reykjavik now. We just have to get the last couple locations. Couple of opportunities.
Sure.
Soundtrack so much. I love how the bear's sitting there. Yeah, dude, the soundtrack is so good. Especially like the early part in Norway. The whole soundtrack is just fantastic. Torn and Bloody Orders. The thief may be on his way to Hiflatonna. Get for his furious. Bring his head back to the fortress or try your luck with the bears. They would show more mercy than he. Ricky Wolf. I love how, you know, deep the snow kind of like goes when you walk. And also how like all the boots get like, you know, snow on them when you walk around it as well. Like all these small details kind of coming together.
Go!
Wait. My bow's kind of like not allowing me to aim higher sometimes. Like kind of like riding downhill or uphill. Kind of like changes where you can aim sometimes. Actually tricky aiming like down or uphill.
They will attack on sight here.
Oh yeah, dude, the kebab was actually quite delicious. We have a good one right around the corner here. It's usually like our go-to one. Like, we already know what we're gonna have on our kebab, basically. It's like we go there and they're like, oh yeah, herb and spicy, no onions, I gotcha. And hey there, a guy called Sai. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the raid. And welcome in, everybody. How's it going? Hey there, Sean. Hey there, Kara. How's it going, Pez? And hey there, King Kailas. Sorry if I butchered some names, sir. But welcome in, everybody. I'm just playing some AC Valhalla currently. What did you guys play tonight? And thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're all doing great. My pleasure, going good, thanks mate. How are you doing? Oh, that's good to hear. I'm glad you guys are doing fine. Yeah, I'm doing quite well. I'm currently on my second stream of my first proper replay of Valhalla. But yeah, it's so good. I love the story and, you know, the setting, the soundtrack. We're currently exploring some of Norway. Kind of like the prologue before we get to England. And yeah, I love it. Absolutely. Such a beautiful game. Playing some Horizon Zero Dawn. Oh, nice, dude. I actually just finished the main story for that recently. But I still have to play the Frozen Wilds DLC, which I'm gonna start on the weekend, I think. How far into Horizon are you currently? Also, thank you for the follow, Sean. I appreciate it. And yeah, no kidding, Sai. Like, this game is so damn big. Definitely the longest game on the series. I spent like over 200 hours, I think, finishing it on my first time. And I'm gonna assume this playthrough is gonna even longer because I'm gonna do even more stuff. But yeah, it's it's a long one for sure. Kala's not too bad, man. How you doing? It's good to hear, dude. I'm glad you're doing good. Yeah, definitely having a good time playing more of this game. Did anybody of you play this before? Literally just started tonight. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, Horizon is such an interesting game, actually. I really love kind of like the game world and, you know, kind of like this difference between nature and technology. It feels like living in the past and the future at the same time. Was like, I just knocked on the door. You played it, but simply didn't have time for it. You found the combat on this rather challenging. It definitely can be, dude. Like, the enemies deal quite a bit of damage, and there's like so many different enemy types as well. They also recently added a new difficulty, Nightmare, also called SC difficulty, which is what we currently are playing. And enemies essentially deal 200% additional damage in this mode that I'm currently playing. And yeah, I died a couple times, like 4 times total so far. So definitely has been rough against like bosses and stuff. And I mean, you know, I played the game before, so I have like definitely some experience. But yeah, it's a good challenge though. I like it. It's gonna be interesting, you know, taking on all these bosses with that difficulty. I'm looking forward to it. Hey the Beyond, welcome back, dude. Right, so we're getting quite close to the next main quest now. That's cool. We haven't done any main quests tonight yet, so I'm looking forward to it.
What is all this? Who bangs the drums of war?
Look at you! A battle-hardened Vikinger. Just what we need.
Oh, and what do you need this battle-hardened warrior for?
One day, we will be the greatest warriors beneath our banner. Skulls will write songs of the wolf pack, but we must first practice our raiding.
Going on a raid. Then we shall raid. 3 wolves and I will be fourth to your lead.
Wolf pack! Onwards!
Wolf pack!
They ran. 4 warriors, like 4 limbs of one clawing body. Each limb built to kill, destroy.
Sure, let's play the game. But first, let me read this letter. Call to raid. Join my crew, we will raid and plunder poor Chester by the coast. Yeah, let's do it.
They arrived at the village. Torches, axes, and blades at the ready. Ready for the slaughter. To war!
And the first one down. Let's go to the next. And another one down.
Insides are all outsides now.
And of course, like a proper raid, we're gonna destroy everything. And put it on fire as well.
Pots and bodies alike.
A small fire, but it has to work. And of course, you can't forget the plunder. Where's the plunder?
Beauteous loot! Hack silver is stuffed into the big wolf's purse.
Red Dead 2 heats up your CPU like crazy if only you can limit the FPS. There's actually a really good guide beyond if you have the patience to sit through it on YouTube. If you look for a channel called Hardware Unboxed, they do like a really good in-depth guide on all the settings in Red Dead. And I had like really bad FPS when I first started the game, and the game didn't look that good either, because of like certain settings that were like turned down. But with that guide I managed to get 60 FPS and like pretty much ultra looking game. It's insane how well they kind of like help you get to optimize the game. But yeah. You have really good FPS, but your CPU heats up like crazy. Ah, okay. If you like checked if that's like, is that only like Red Dead 2 thing? Maybe you have to check the cooling and like the paste between the cooler and the CPU. Like a year ago I actually had issues with that myself, like my CPU was going up like crazy and it turned out that the paste wasn't like properly attached anymore. And yeah, that kind of like fixed it. Ever since Rockstar prioritized consoles, they have like really questionable PC optimization. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Okay, I mean, if you played Valhalla, Legion, and Cyberpunk, then yeah. Like, especially Cyberpunk should definitely heat it up. It's kind of weird. I didn't have an issue with Red Dead myself, I don't think. Played it like 2-3 months ago. yeah, no worries whatsoever, Sai. I really do appreciate you coming by with a raid and saying hello. Let me also go ahead and give you like a shout out as well. For anybody that didn't come with a raid, I'm definitely gonna check out your stream as well, Sai. Hopefully I get to catch you play some Horizon. But thank you again so much for, you know, bringing your community over and saying hello, and have a good night and a good rest hopefully. Okay, so I think I still have to destroy stuff, don't I? Is that all? Okay, there's another dummy.
Together! The wolf pack stands in the wreckage of the enemy village. Nothing remains but thralls to be taken and flaming carnage. Come and kneel before your raid leader, Big Wolf.
And yeah, no worries, Sai. More than happy to give you a shout out, dude. And yeah, I'm gonna catch you soon for sure.
A successful raid.
Yes. With your help, we slaughtered the Raven clan for good.
The Raven clan, you say?
Yes. Just like Jorvik's stories. One day I'll be just like him. Death to the Raven clan! Roar!
Countless young raiders. I'll see you wolves on another battlefield one day.
Yeah, these kids are very much have some bloodlust in them. They're also the children of like the opposing clan of Eivor. So Eivor kind of like assumes that one day they're gonna be old enough to actually fight him. But it's not really gonna come to that because Kjolfur is dead at this point, and Eivor's gonna leave Norway. But you haven't seen much Leap of Faith. It always has been AC, but strangely enough you don't see Leap of Faith as often. You remember doing them all the time. Yeah, that actually has a story reason in this game. Basically, you start out as Eivor, who's like a Viking, right? And he doesn't really have any ties to the Assassin Brotherhood yet. However, there are two assassins that kind of like are visiting Norway currently, and one of them will actually teach Eivor how to do the Leap of Faith in England. And once that happens, you kind of like unlock it as an ability, and you start doing it. But yeah, at this point, Eivor just doesn't know about that yet. So yeah, that's kind of like the story reason. Yeah, Eivor is no assassin at this point. Valhalla's Black Flag on steroids. I mean, I do think Black Flag and Valhalla have a lot of similarities for sure. It's kind of funny, but when the first trailer launched for Valhalla, right, this like E3 cinematic review trailer, the way it was kind of set up actually reminded me a lot of like Black Flag and Black Flag cinematic. because you know, like Black Flag was a lot about kind of like breaking the stigma of what is a pirate, right? And there were like lots of different pirates, like corrupt ones and ones, you know, that had like more noble aims, I guess. And the same thing is kind of like in Valhalla, I guess, as well. And it's interesting because the trailer kind of like has Alfred talking in stereotypes about the Vikings. And you kind of like see the Vikings doing the complete opposite of that, you know, of what Alfred says. That was always like a really cool aspect about both games, but as you point out, you know, there's like so many other references, like the protagonist being kind of between, you know, the assassins, like the Hidden Ones and the Order. And the whole Sage thing, you know, that Black Flag kind of like really opened up to. It's like properly continued in Valhalla for sure. Yeah, no worries whatsoever, Maverick. Thank you for coming by, dude, and joining. I hope you have a good night. If understandable, being 2 AM over there. And let me also give you a shout out as well. So, if you are a fan of narratively driven games and like action adventure, definitely check out Maverick as well. He's currently playing through some Ghost of Tsushima. I'm currently on Act 2. I've also been playing other games like Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, for instance. So if that's kind of like games that you're interested in, definitely go check out his channel for sure. And yeah, no worries, Maverick. Have a good night, dude.
Your clan is a foul stench.
But we are strong, Ergi.
Yes, strong with stink.
Step closer, Sealface, and say that again!
I said your stench is strong. That's your only strength. Your stench.
I will feed your teeth, wrapped in your tongue, Backraut.
I mean, it's a valid strength. You know, stench.
Moose? Shall we lock horns? Down it faster than me, and you are the victor. Let's see your silver. What's a drinking game without a prize? All in. Skull.
Skull?
Man your horn.
Yeah, let's do it. This guy is small.
Skull! Skull! Skull!
Rulemonger! You're going to start.
I like how everybody's like cheering us on.
I'll take on all comers.
Like, score, score, score. Oh yeah, Barney. All for drinking this game. Yeah, but definitely did drink a bit too much there, I think. Okay, let's go ahead and do some shopping.
Hello, friend. Come see my wares.
Lexon, Lexon.
These are locally sourced.
It's Origins quote. Okay, let's actually, I'm gonna, like, I have so much money, I'm gonna actually buy some iron ore and
Made with the
leather.
finest ingredients.
So we can speed up some of the upgrades a little bit.
Wonderful. No refunds.
You should always have some of these.
I'm gonna sell some trinkets.
You be sure to always bring your stuff to me.
We're gonna keep all the like trading goods because we actually need them to be delivered eventually.
Have you looked at everything I have for sale?
You realize you missed have a chance of calling your origin stream High Precision Gary. I mean, now you have it for next time, Beyond.
I must take my leave. So long.
Alright, so we have enough to actually get another ration upgrade. I'm definitely gonna be getting that. It's quite expensive, but it's worth it. And then I'm gonna upgrade the breaches as well. And that's it. Also, thank you for the host Beyond. Shopping after drinking, you like my style? Yeah, obviously you make the best shopping decisions, you know, after you have been completely wasted. Okay, let's check out this artifact. I reckon it's gonna be another tattoo design, including some parkour. It is. Also another reference to Black Flag. No, hunting the shanties. Oh fuck. I went the other way. Oh, we kind of missed a chance there. Kind of like thinking would go to right there. Never mind. Gonna come back to it. You do wish we had more shanties here. It's mostly just Bragi singing. Yeah, did you actually know that Bragi was is voiced by Einar Selvig? Did the Almanac pages AC3 not float away as well, or were they both stationary? Yeah, they are actually exactly like the sea shanties, basically, Jay. So AC3 was definitely the first to have that kind of like collectible. But earlier we were kind of like talking about all the similarities that Black Flag and this game have, you know. And I guess the shanties, like even though they're kind of like similar to the Almanac pages, would be another similarity between those games as well. But yeah, also to AC3, sure. Muddy half-eaten note. The pigs got loose in the house, and now the cellar key is gone. It is your turn to dig through the shit. Oh, let's do some shit digging. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, Black Flag was really like the first game to properly dive into the whole, you know, displaying Sage, like really. In AC3 it's like talked about, of course, with Aita and Juno, you know, talking about the means of salvation and of survival. And she kind of talks about Aita and how she tried to save his life. But yeah, Black Flag is the first game to really introduce proper, like, you know, Sage, both in modern day and in history. But yeah, it really took me by surprise, you know, realizing how many Sages Valhalla actually has. Like, it's honestly insane. But I really love the explanation for it, because it does make, you know, really does make sense. With the Asgard and Jotunheim, especially the Jotunheim part. And how you get to meet, you know, Juno, Minerva, Jupiter, like all of these guys in Jotunheim, basically. Yeah, dude, the Jotunheim, I'm so looking forward to play that because there's actually a lot I didn't realize when I first played through it. And when I first played Asgard, you know, I literally thought I was wasting my time there because I thought it was just like kind of like, you know, a gimmick for people who love mythology, like kind of like Fate of Atlantis, you know, just like in the base game essentially. But when I actually realized how they explained all of that mythology, I was like, holy shit. I was actually mind blown, to be honest. Just so damn well executed.
What do you see?
Okay, so how do I get underground here? Is there like a bow nearby? Ah, okay. I see now. Yeah, you really can tell, you know, that Darby knows, did know both the mythology and the Ys lore, and like, you know, like lore of the series in general. Which makes sense because he's been basically there since, like Bloodline. The game between AC1 and AC2, he wrote that game already. Which I assume also means that he actually did write the codex for AC2, because it was already in Bloodline. Ah, okay, I didn't know he was a fan of Doctor Who. But I also haven't really watched a lot of Doctor Who myself, to be honest. Ability, Mark of Death. This one is really good, actually. However, it's kind of like OP to a level where I don't really use it much most of the time. So, yeah. It's basically like you hold it, and then you can release to kind of like kill multiple people at the same time. The enemies is big on the inside. Yeah. True that. You can recommend me an episode that shows how it may have influenced him. Yeah, definitely, dude. I would, I'll be very interested in that for sure. I love his storytelling, so getting to uncover like what influenced him would be very interesting. It's so much where you really need trick with Mark of Death, and you're like, why didn't you think of it? So I haven't really been using Mark of Death a lot, to be honest, because of how powerful it is. But what's the trick? I would be, I'll be interested in knowing. Thinking, solid fighters able to smash through shields with bearded axes. However, their undisciplined nature results in a shocking lack of organized tactic. He used it with predator bows, and you're like, why didn't you think of that? Of course it would be OP. You have a damage increase, right? To be honest, I haven't actually tried it with predator bow. I kind of used it at the beginning of the game, and then I kind of like stopped using it altogether. But that's kind of cool. It's because we didn't have Mark of Death multi-shot in Origins. That's true, yeah. We didn't really have a Predator bow in Odyssey, just like a Predator shot. Yeah, exactly. I kind of prefer having like different types of bows, to be honest. I do like the bow system of Origins Odyssey a bit better. But I still think it wasn't bad in Odyssey or something. Okay, so I wanna go down here so we can get a brush with death ability. Let's get stun. And let's see. I wanna go this way. So we're gonna go for evasion. It's like weapon as opposed to an extension of a character, which is also a good thing, and is what Odyssey is probably aiming for. Yeah, Odyssey tries to explain like a lot just through the spear, right? Like every kind of like ability is not as much triggered for like a weapon, like in Odyssey Origins and Valhalla, like with bows, but rather through like the spear. I definitely prefer having like, you know, actual tools and actual weapons that kind of have like different effects rather than have like one artifact that explains everything. Because I think you can make it too easy and it also becomes a bit unimmersive after a while. At least to me. But I do think it kind of works, I guess, in Odyssey. But some stuff is just like some stuff I don't do a good job of explaining, like, you know, the 4 damage thing. Like, you know, it seems to explain why Cassandra survives the fall at the start of the game, because she is holding the spear. But, you know, Alexis also survives the fall, and he doesn't have a spear. And then you have Stentor, who you literally can kick off a mountain, and he also doesn't die to 4 damage, but just has a scar on his face. It's like, nobody dies to freaking 4 damage in the story. But of course the explanation for Cassandra not to take 4 damage, you know, through like all of the forts in the main game is the spear. Yeah, I remember that conversation actually where Herodotus asked about the spear, and the protagonist is kind of like saying, it's like, you know, I know what the next move is gonna be before it happens. But, I don't know, I never really feel like they do like a good explanation still, because it's not like you can actually, you know, kind of like get a feeling for a future or get like an ability that predicts the future, right? Like what makes sense to kind of explain like the heightened senses, like the awareness. But yeah, it's not quite enough to explain everything. Yeah, I actually done the canon story last year. And that's true, like Demos dies, but Marini, Stentor, Nicholas survive. Yeah, I'm just talking about, you know, like, if you decide to wanna kill off Stentor, you know, like you would either impale him or like kick him off a mountain, but he still survives. But then you get later the chance to kill him, you know, it's kind of like weird. The whole storyline, I think, is very weirdly written, because when you decide to spare Nikolaos, Stentor is still gonna behave like you killed him. Even though, you know, that's part, like, supposed to be part of the canon. It's just really not thought through, to be honest, in my opinion at least. What broke your immersion is when Stentor and Hades have the same voice actor. I don't know, that didn't personally throw me off too much. Because AC does it a lot, kind of like reusing voice actors, right? But I get it still. Like, you know, Stentor and Hades having the same voice is interesting. Every time you see Hades, you see Stentor. Yeah, that's understandable. I think Rod actually had the same thing happening to him when he played Fate of Atlantis last time. I didn't realize actually until he pointed out to me. Yeah, It's definitely not more for, especially if you have like so many different characters and roles, for them to kind of like reuse use the voice actors. Okay, let's see if we can get this. Oh, can't you water it? And hey there, Abish. Welcome to the stream. And thank you for a follow. I hope you're doing good and having a good day. Drive the paper chase, like even if you catch up to it, you try to do the whole thing. Yeah, that's fair. Like I actually enjoy those as well. A lot of people seem to hate them. Because of the parkour being, you know, a bit clunky at times, I guess. But I don't know, I think the parkour is definitely controlling alright. You know, you just have to be patient, I guess. It's not like it's the best parkour in the series, definitely not. But I do think it's fairly responsive. Also, like, one thing that a lot of people seem to hate, which I actually really like, is also the canstones. Like, so many people just really hate those, like, so much. And I don't know. Maybe it's because, like, if you're actually patient, you know, it's not that difficult. And I think, like, a lot of frustration comes from being, like, impatient, maybe? With stacking the stones. But what I also like about them is kind of like the speech, or kind of like the flashback to, like, Eivor's youth, I guess. It is an improvement from Origins and Odyssey, but the direction is hard to manage sometimes. It's the same, but Valhalla has more options. Yeah. Guess not the hardest question out of AC. I don't know, I don't find them that difficult, like, personally. Except for a few, like, there's definitely some that are actually difficult, I would say. But the thing is,
Promise me a mighty branch, and then let me down with a tiny twig.
Freya's beard, it has wilted again. I cannot remain firm when you talk to me like that.
the thing is, if you kind of like press the left stick down, right? Like once you have kind of like attached the stone, you can really like kind of like predict basically if when you release a stone it's gonna like hold or not. So that kind of like makes it, I think, kind of easy actually. Like once you kind of like, you know, press down and it doesn't move anymore, it's kind of like a safe bet to let loose and it works.
Let me down with a tiny twig.
But I think maybe a lot of people also don't know that, you know, that you can do that. Yeah, you've had a problem with a few where they are fully stacked and falling over, but we go together, so you won't lock in the completion. It won't lock on the completion. You need to be more like Osiris. Motionless. Yeah, that's true. They have to remain motionless.
Do not promise me.
But yeah, watch me get to my first canstone and like, you know, failing big time.
Here's the tomb of Osiris, motionless, motionless like Osiris, motionless, his limbs like Osiris.
But yeah, in the main game, like when I first played through it, there were definitely a few where I struggled. But they're more like in the like very hard difficulty regions. I guess the further you get with like the power level, the more difficult they get actually. Or the higher you have to like stick. Let me actually check again if I actually have collected all the wealth in Reykjavik. I want to make sure I didn't like miss anything. Yeah, seems good. Oh yeah, we have been to Eivor's home where everything started. I really like all the interactions you have, you know, and being able to go into a long house and kind of like revisit all of these places. It's a bit like haunting, you know, like going there, knowing how lively the place was and how abandoned it is now. But they do a good job on creating, you know, both atmospheres. I think Mocho are just masters of atmosphere, to be honest. Alrighty, so I'm gonna go and do these couple locations here. And before we're gonna start the main quest, I'm gonna take a break, I think. First, we're gonna help these guys.
When you talk to me like that.
Does everyone in Alrekstad play their love game so loudly?
No, it's just my husband. He cannot satisfy his wife.
Ah, old age?
No, he's still young and fit. It was not always so. He could not keep us apart when we were raiding.
He would plow you during raids.
Our first time was in the middle of a burning village. After a while, the crew made us stop. They said it was distracting.
Love can burn brighter near death. Have you tried revisiting these memories?
Yeah, but talking about it is not the same. I need to feel it, smell it.
So you need to bring the excitement of the raid into your bed.
You could help us pretend we are raiding. That will make my water flow. Come, we must tell my husband.
I was only, well, all right.
Grab your weapon, you.
It was like, okay, yeah, whatever.
Vikinger. Today we raid.
A raid? Now?
Join me in the blood dance. Fill me with your battle lust.
Oh, yes, yes. And just go, White King. Maybe you could start. It is amusing, but not arousing.
Yeah, it does not feel real enough.
Maybe you need more fire, like your first time.
Yes! Burn down our house! Burn it to the ground!
Does that ignite your passion? Jay motioned his rocks like Osiris. Indeed.
What did... I am as hard as Heimdall's tower!
Then ram me like the Valgrin's gates and enter Valhalla. Take all plunder you want, Vikinger. And take us also and let the love hunger consume you.
Another time, maybe. But I will help myself to your chest.
Love Forever just agreed. Yeah. It's like, well, alright, let's just do it. But like I have much to do. And some Havercrock. Yeah, they can be quite funny sometimes. I don't think I remember what happened in Essex exactly, to be honest. There was this guy who responded to his lady. What does not care about your love life? Okay, I mean it's been almost like a year since I last played some Better Word event, I think. But yeah, I don't remember it right now. This. So it's fine, you know, like this is a full spoiler playthrough. And I did play before, so you can definitely talk about spoilers. If you wanna do it. If not, that's also fine. Public notice, King Harald seeks warriors. King Harald is offering silver and good weapons to brave men and women seeking gain and glory. If you are interested, look for King Harald's ship, the Vagre Biota. Ask for Guthorm the Wise. Ah, do you actually mean the main quest? Where you abduct a woman? It's a side quest. Okay. Because there's a main quest where you kind of like have to capture like princess, right? Is like part of the main quest. Yeah, I was about to say, like, wasn't it Essex where that main story happens? Because that one I definitely remember. See, I don't remember the word event though.
Show me what I need to cloak myself here.
Okay, let's try again to get this tattoo design here. Nice. Right, that seems to finish all the locations in Arekstad. Cool. So next thing will be the main story. However, before we go ahead and start that, I'm actually gonna go take a break. And once I come back, we're gonna finish the main quest, I think, and the rest of the locations in Hordafolka. And yeah, then it's time to leave Norway. Because then we have done everything we can do. Also still have to get up here, because somewhere around here should be the Horde map, I think. So I also want to do that before we leave, but yeah, I think we can do it. So yeah, guys, I'll be back in like 5 to 10, and then we're gonna continue here. So, catch you in a few. Probably gonna go see Vo. Have a good one. No worries, Bjorn. Thank you for dropping by and for having a chat. Also, if you guys haven't checked out Beyond yet, definitely consider doing so. He plays lots of different games. He plays stealth games from Ubisoft and dead games from Blizzard. But also other games as well, like multiplayer games and other type of stuff. So definitely check out his channel if you haven't yet. And no worries, dude. Have a good night. And I catch you next time. Yeah, dude, I will, for sure. Alright, welcome back guys. And thank you for staying tuned. We are going to continue with Norway and the last couple of chapters of the intro beginning, so to say. And yeah, we just have done all the side stuff I want to do before the next main quest. So we can hop straight into that and yeah. Kind of like find out the reasons for why Eivor and Sigurd will actually leave England, or leave Norway for England rather.
Thor himself could not.
You have just won your heart's desire, Eivor. Yet by the look on your face, you have lost your will to live.
Gorm is here with the last of his men. Why does that troll dare show his face?
Leave it for another day. We are here under Harald's truce, and Gorm is too weak to try anything bold.
Here's a seed stain on his father's trousers. I should wipe him from this world.
Not tonight, Eivor. Leave it. Basim, watch over this one and see that he warms himself with drink. I will find my father and escort him to the Longhouse.
As you wish.
Is Hytham well?
He will heal, but never fully recover. It is fortunate that you were able to succeed where he failed.
My resolve was strong.
When you slew Kjotve, did you see a sigil on him? Silver, the size of my palm, bearing the symbol of an ash tree?
Take it. Trade it for what you can.
I know where Gorm is camped. If you wish to see him without anyone the wiser, there is a trick I can teach you.
Already looking for another princess? All right, I'll bite. What do I do?
Use your cloak to obscure your face. Blend into the crowd. Divert attention. Hide in plain sight.
Oh boy, the first lessons of an assassin. I'm not gonna ask to join the Brotherhood or if he wants us to. But rather let's ask about how the Brotherhood operates during these times. Because what makes this Brotherhood interesting, of course, is that it's set between AC1 and AC Origins. And at this point, you know, they're not called the Assassins like we know them in AC1, but rather still the hidden ones from Origins. However, you can definitely tell that they have already kind of worked out their tactics. Okay, what's the fuck? My game just died, and also my kind of second screen as well. Okay, that's kind of weird. Let me see if I can activate my second screen properly again, because if not, I probably have to do a restart of the stream here. Okay, I never had that happening before. But I could activate my second screen again, so we don't have to restart my PC or something. But that's really weird, like my graphic driver just died or something. Deleting, you know, finishing both my game and my second monitor. Yeah, it really was funky. Like, also my bitrate went completely to 0, like for I don't know, 5-10 seconds. That just means you can get first. Unfortunately, I don't think it's gonna come to that. However, my bitrate just also dropped like tremendously. It's like on 1.5k? What the heck? What is happening? Let's hope it goes higher right now. I mean, it kind of is showing that I have green signals, so it should be fine. If you guys notice any like noticeable quality drop, just let me know. The patch notes that for latest driver that Valhalla can cause crashes. So I'm actually on my CPU encoder. I had like a lot of issues with NVENC when I first started Valhalla. So I kind of like switched to X264. However, I haven't really updated my driver because a lot of the new drivers caused issues for me on Valhalla. So I kind of like wrote back to an older driver, which worked fine for like the DLCs and stuff. But yeah, might be that I will have to kind of like update. Which is always a gamble, you know. Like sometimes you get like the newest brand new driver and it's like supposed to work, but it just causes glitches and stuff. Then you roll back to an older driver which works perfectly fine, and then all of a sudden it causes issues again. if that's the case, I guess. But yeah, let's go back to Awesome. Trigger this cutscene again.
I'll take on all comers!
You have just won your heart's desire, Eivor. Yet by the look on your face, you have lost...
Gorm is here.
Leave it for...
Okay, so I'm gonna skip the cutscenes we have already
My resolve was strong.
Listened to.
Slew Jorvik. Did you see a sigil on him? Silver, the size of my palm, bearing the symbol of an ash tree.
Take it. Trade it for what you can.
I know where Gorm is camped. If you wish to see him without anyone the wiser, there is a trick I can teach you.
Already looking for another princess? All right, I'll bite. What do I do?
Use your cloak to obscure your face. Blend into the crowd. Divert attention. Hide in plain sight.
Is this how your brotherhood operates? You sneak around in the daylight, stepping your victims where they stand.
Said like that, you make me blush. We are seekers of justice, shepherds of man's will. We work in the dark to serve the light.
I suppose there's no shame in using deception when honor is at stake. And Gorm is a stain on that honor.
Then let's see what can be done to cleanse that stain. Give it a try. A few things you should know before you step into his camp. Walking unseen through hostile territory is an exercise in subtlety. Dismissed at a distance. Remain far from watchful eyes, and you will be invisible to them. Do not draw blade or hammer, for these and other sudden movements can break your disguise.
Yeah, unforgettable quote, Jay. But yeah, that seems like a good idea, actually.
Put up your hood for the trick to work.
Yeah, I have mode on, thank you. To kind of have like multiple drivers to kind of like, you know, switch between, depending on the game, if the issues it might cause.
Gorm is there, in the camp ahead.
Right, time for social stuff. Yes. It can be a bit finicky, but I hope we can do it. Probably do a combination of regular stealth and social stealth.
What were you thinking? drinking mead on an empty stomach.
You have to eat something before drinking that much.
How does that go? Feed before meat.
I have some roasted lamb on the spit. Are you coming?
I just pray I get a good meal there. All fat make me rotting away like failing.
And the spear clean through my thigh. It was interesting.
Eivor! You Arga shit! Take up your weapon and follow me beyond these walls. Let Odin's favor land where it may.
You dare not break the king's peace here. So fuck you and your god talk. What say you to that? You can beat me, but you will not kill me. Not under Harald's truce.
You are all subject to King Harald's truce. Break his peace and you will be cast out of Alrikstad.
I will give you no trouble. You were shat into this world without honor, Gorm, and you will leave as a turd dumped into hell's deepest ditch.
Keep crowing, Eivor. You only make yourself an easier target.
I love what Eva says, sir.
Started. I should find Sigurd.
Like Eva always has like kind of like poetic nature, right? Like he would just kind of like start to combine the words in a way that both bring over a message, but also kind of like poetic nature. The way you just described Gorm, just so good. I love the way Ava was written in that way. It really gives him like character and something unique. Whoops. Okay, apparently shooting your bow is considered breaking the truce in Alrikstad. Didn't realize that. Didn't even shoot anybody. Okay, let's go out of here for now.
Go!
Okay, so it's only the escape basically, it seems. Let's find an entrance.
Gorm still lives, Eivor.
It pains me to say. He does.
Thank you. His day will come. Oh, gods. I hate long speeches.
Only when you're not giving them.
Many of you knew my father, Halfdan the Black. A great man who achieved great things.
They buried Halfdan's leg near our temple. The crops have never grown tall.
They buried his arse near ours, and we get nothing but a muddy river.
I dream of something greater. A vast kingdom of warriors in numbers the world has never seen. United under one king, one rule. Too much blood has been spilled fighting one another. Today, we unify. And turn our blades outward to conquer new lands. And who better to lead us to glory than me? I was blooded before the age of 10, and I led the greatest army Norway has ever seen. But they say a wise king seeks honest counsel, so I ask, who among you rejects this new arrangement?
I am not your enemy, King Harald, but I will not be your subject. Tomorrow we sail for greener shores, and so my kingdom is yours.
This saddens me, noble Hjor. And does your wife agree? Is she not tired of limping ever westward?
My husband and I are as one in this, Lord. We do not limp together, we fly.
I'm sad to lose a woman of your spirit, Ljuvina. But I hold no grudge. May the fates grant you good luck.
My king, I offer you my axe and my oath, ironclad.
Gorm Kjotveson, you dare show your face in this hall. Did not King Styrbjörn and his son Sigurd rid our lands of your foulness?
The Raven clan dishonored me, great king. They poisoned my father, Kjotve. They made a mockery of his honorable death.
Background! You lie! Hold, Eivor. Let it play out.
This is a serious charge, Gorm, and a false one at that. My uncle saw your father die. Eivor Wolf-Kissed, you are Kjotve's slayer. This man has slandered your clan. What shall I do with him?
Well, he can't die. Because he's gonna be attacked later on in the order. So I'm gonna say to banish him. Then we're gonna kill him where he's banished. By the time we got to Jorvik, I forgot those two appeared at the start of the game. Yeah, me too, actually, on my first time playing, to be honest, because it's like such a long time in between, right? Like, I do remember their faces and having met them before, but not really in which context they stood. It's kind of cool they establish, you know, they really love each other, because that's something that you're gonna kind of like question later in Jorvik, because you have to find out who's the traitor. And, you know, the husband could have been one of the traitors. 8 months for you? Yeah. I mean, that's definitely fair, like, you know. I already had forgotten it, and I played through it, like, you know, in one go. And having like 8 months break in between would not make it better.
Exile, Lord. Banish him to the wilds where even a slave could kill him with impunity.
A wise choice. Death would be too easy a way out. Gorm, I name you Worm and call you exiled. Leave these lands by the next full moon, or I will feed you to the crows myself.
King Harald, may I speak?
The floor is yours, King Styrbjörn.
My people have held our land since the days when Odin himself walked among us. My kingdom is humble, but we have paid for it in blood. Our victory over Kjotve is proof that we will not lay down without a fight. All here have buried friends, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters. And I, for one, have had my fill of death. Let those who seek war look beyond our shores. If King Harald brings peace, then I am happy to bend my knee to him.
What? What in hell's name are you doing, father?
Securing a lasting peace, Sigurd.
Our days of fighting are finished.
You said nothing of this to me. Not a word. And I will not yield a title that should be mine by right.
Then war will continue. Men will die, villages will burn, you foolish boy. This is our only way towards true peace.
You will die a thrall. You drink-addled cow. Alone and toothless in a bed of straw.
Facts.
Forgive my son. He is ruled by his emotions.
I take no offense, Styrbjörn Jarl, and I thank you for your fealty. It is natural to fear change, to resist it. But all things change and all things end. The lessons of Ragnarok are clear. We will speak again soon.
That was an ambush, Lord. Did you know of Styrbjörn's plans?
For some days, yes, I did. But it was not at my urging. It was his decision alone. Do you dream of a glorious future, Eivor? A warrior like you would be a boon to my clan.
No, thank you. So we have like very interesting choices here. All of them are gonna kind of be important for Eivor's character evolution. Not in the way of that they actually, you know, influence the character evolution, rather what you determine his, you know, starting motivation is. And clearly for him, you know, it was at first to restore his honor, but that he did by killing Kjotve. So I think the most fitting choice would actually be to say I am bound to Sigurd. I do not know, my fate would be kind of a bit more open-minded and kind of like where he kind of like gets to write. But I think at this point he's definitely kind of like bound to Sigurd. And Sigurd is gonna leave for England, and that's why Eivor is also gonna make that move over there.
My fate is tied to my brothers. Where Sigurd goes, I follow.
I wish I understood you better. For those I do not understand, I do not trust, and I cannot stomach a lack of trust.
You have nothing to fear from me, King Harald. My loyalty lies with my brother Sigurd, and I bear you no ill will.
Then know that if you stay in Norway, both you and your brother must serve under me. Take tomorrow to think on this. But let us leave these matters for another time. Tonight, we will eat and drink like gods and wake in a kingdom made new.
Harald's colors. He is already marking his territory.
Gods, he's spraying like a horny pup.
Harald may be young, but he is clever. Do not underestimate him. He came of age very quickly.
The horny pup.
You there! What are you doing? If you wish to have words, come closer.
So, they basically took over our home now. And that means, of course, we don't really feel welcome here anymore, right? Like, at the start, we felt really like, you know, this is home. Now it's like, you know, guards just haven't taken over the place, like, with their military.
I don't like the way those soldiers watch me.
I find it flattering.
You think one will marry you and carry you off to the capital?
Would he?
He would take his pleasure and move on, you moon-eyed magpie, leaving you with a little soldier to raise by yourself.
Han farin att stela plån från frunkan.
And hey Valuka, welcome dude. Hope you're having a good evening.
How can I help?
Yeah, let's go ahead and upgrade the Raven Clan helmet. Let's also upgrade the Ravenclan shield. And the Harnish bow. Yeah, I'm doing good, Luca. Currently on day 2 of Valhalla, and I'm absolutely loving it. There's just so much good story stuff in it. And yeah, obviously as a game it's also just very beautiful.
Do you need anything else?
I will free you from this bond.
And I will be ready when you need me.
Okay, I think I'm gonna try Warhammer and Shield actually. And then we're gonna go ahead and get some attack in here. And some attack in there. Let's get some melee resistance. And upgrade the helmet. If you want to upgrade the bow very soon as well. Yeah, I did play this game before, but it's my first proper replay of it, and it's been a while since I actually played this beginning sequence. And hey there, Sauron's snapped sausage. How's it going? Good choice of weaponry, Unabasset. Yeah, I'd have thought that you would enjoy this. Me too, Luca. Yeah, I think it's a really beautiful game. You know, the game word and the soundtrack, but the storytelling is also beautiful, and especially if you're like a fan of AC, how it kind of like ties into so many other games. Okay, so I think the next quest would actually be the last one already, before leaving England. However, I would actually like to explore as far as we can in Jorvik before we do anything else. Let's have a look if we can get to this island. Quick.
You're off. Sail! Catch the wind!
So I believe up here should actually be the hot map as well. Let's see how far we can get before the enemy's war kind of like appears.
We need an epic tale.
Here's a tale to tickle your sides. Winter before, I was drinking in Stavanger with some companions.
Odin!
It's with us! Were men of Bardjar's clan, one of which was a poet named Halli, called sarcastically by most. 7 ale horns into his night, Halli stood upon his table and called across the room to another man, a skald named Tjodolf. Tjodolf, he yelled. I can compose a more beautiful poem with my belching than you could with your tongue and fine words. The room laughed. Rudolf loudest of all. I accept your challenge, sarcastically, he shouted. Allow me to begin. Rudolf then spoke this verse. Sad Hully drowns in horns of hubris, squeaking like a stoat, yet proudly the pup calls it poetry. The room laughed again, with Hully joining in. Then, Hully tripped across the room and opened his verse. From his throat erupted a jet of vomit into Rudolf's face. His only composition that night, of which he seemed most proud.
Hush now.
Alright, so this is where the enemy spotter kind of begins. So we won't be getting to that question mark there, but I reckon we can get both viewpoints actually. And I would assume that where the picture is, you might also have your hot map. Let's have a look. Oh shit, this guy is high level. I wanna fight this guy. So I think it's Horde focus like level 280 to be a part of 30. So if we get to encounter like any animals that are like kind of like offensive, we can probably be like one-shotted. Scribbled words from Ragnarok, the Wandering Scout. Was Ymir the only of his kind? Were the other giants before? And if there were, did they give birth to a world like our own? Other realms of other men? Other gods? So it's of course a reference to how life kind of like was created before the Isu, which is more like something that's talked about in mythology rather than actually fully explained yet. But it kind of like you know, lays a foundation for having like different kind of like Isu cultures all across the world. Like there's the Norse Isu, you know, with like Odin and Tyr and all. But there's also like the Roman and Greek Isu with you know, Minerva, Jupiter, Juno, Aita, and possibly a lot more different cultures of Isus. Was too much in the mode of there must be like a haystack, but I forgot one, we don't have the leap of faith yet, and two, there's no haystack down here. Good thing I didn't die there. Okay, so this location is called Hurricane Peak. Let's have a look again at the hot map, what it said. Talkatin Rock's Eye. I wonder if that's maybe it. Oh, apparently there's actually more wave locations in Arekstad. I didn't notice that before. It's kind of funny because, you know, I kind of like knew that because I've been like, you know, doing like so many jumps already into water and stuff. But when I like the viewpoint synchronization just now, I kind of like, you know, was in the spirit of the older games. Just didn't even think about it twice, you know, I just like kind of jump forward because you can do that in every other AC game, you know, and don't die, I guess. You don't even have to look down, you can just like base it straight and just like press jump button forward. But yeah. And hackers coming in hot with the party of 30. Holy shit, welcome in everybody. I hope you had a great stream today. How's it going and what did you play tonight? That's a lot of raiders, welcome in everybody. And thank you for the follow Larissa. Yeah, how's it going everybody and what did you play today? We're just currently doing some exploration in Norway with A4, the Vikinger. And yeah, we're very soonish gonna be sailing over to England and explore some greener pastures. So basically going to your hometowns. Also hey there, thanks Basic Candy. Thank you for follow as well. Welcome in. You're doing some Gartic phone with the peoples. How's the stream been? Oh, that sounds good, dude. Some more community games and all that type of stuff. Yeah, the game has been going really good. We're currently on day 2 of Valhalla. Still exploring kind of like Norway and the icy mountains of it. But yeah, dude, it's been great. I absolutely love this game so much. Like the environments you can see to, you know, the story and all that. Just, yeah, amazing. At least to me. Yeah, what have you been playing like recently? Except for Gartic Foam with this. Okay, we have some treasure there. And also want to give a shout out here to Hackers as well for anybody that didn't come with Rage just now. If you haven't checked him out yet, he's a really entertaining and great streamer to catch. He plays lots of different games, usually some like community-driven multiplayer stuff. But also sometimes like narratively driven games like Red Dead Redemption. But yeah, like from Gartic Phone to Rocket League, Knockout City, It Takes Two, just to name like a few games that he's been streaming recently. So yeah, definitely check it out if you haven't yet. Out of all the AC games, of the numerous ropes, colors, swag, which is my favorite? Tricky. I mean, there's so many good ones. I always loved the classic Ezio outfit, like the one he gets from his father. Though actually I do prefer Altair's armor with the ropes from AC2 that you get from doing all the tombs. So I think that one might actually be my favorite ropes. The one you get at the end of AC2. What about you, Sauron? Is this an AC game, Evelyn? You tell me, is this an AC game? You do have to leave a lurk as you've got to go eat. That's a very gamer lover. I hope you have something delicious to eat. Thank you for the lurk, dude. And definitely enjoy. Just been doing a lot of multiplayer community games. Not had a main game you've been focusing on. But I think you're going to start God of War on Friday. Oh, that sounds amazing, dude. I assume you're gonna talk about, you're talking about God of War 4 for PlayStation 4 and 5. Because that game is amazing. I played that last year, first time. And it's kind of funny, like, you know, playing Valhalla. I have like lots of moments where I kind of get like reminded of that game. I definitely took some inspiration, I think, from God of War. I think it's more AC than Odyssey. Yeah, undoubtedly, dude. Odyssey is just like a slap in the face for AC fans. Like, seriously. I'm William from AC1. That's a good choice. I hadn't really considered I'm William since I saw the protagonist. But yeah, they're quite stylish. I think you're going to do 3 first and 4 after. You have played them both, but really want to do them on stream leading up to Ragnarok. That's a nice idea, dude. Yeah, I saw the trailer of Ragnarok and it looks amazing, actually. And I kind of wonder if God of War will ever like head to Egypt, because there seem to be like a couple kind of like hints and symbols being like foreshadowed. Imagine like the next game after Ragnarok actually going to Egypt with like Atreus or something. Getting to fight like Horus and Sobek and stuff. That would be definitely for me. I love Egypt and its mythology. You're going to head off for some sleep, but have an awesome rest of the stream. No worries whatsoever, Shan. Thank you so much for coming by earlier as well. And yeah, you have a good night and a good rest, hopefully. How beautiful is this game, though? Seriously. Oh shit, I don't think I can actually go up here to this symbol, can I? It's kind of like blocked off currently because like this northern part is basically reserved for the late game. At the very end of the game you get back to Norway and something's gonna be over here that's gonna be very important. One of like the last major stops you're gonna go to. Okay, so that means I can't go further north here. However, we can go to this island. And that should be the last location we can visit, I would assume. Let's do that. It's ZZ, by the way, you turn Rod stream sometimes, don't know if you remember you. I definitely remember you for sure, yeah. I didn't realize yet your name changed. But that's fair, dude. Would you like me to call you ZZ or Sauron, rather? But yeah, I remember most people that are on Rod stream because it just lurk there 24/7. At least when I'm awake, that is.
Save it for later.
Yeah, Banshee. This game is definitely joy to the eye. Especially Norway, you know, and especially also like during the night when you see like the northern lights and stuff. Actually meditate to showcase that. Like, look at this wall. Get over how beautiful this game is. Alright, I'm gonna stick to CC in that case. Makes you wanna see it in real life. It's actually quite cool. Like earlier today I watched a documentary where they kind of like showcase the development process for Valhalla. And one of the things they do is kind of like go on an extra trip to visit the location in the country if they wanna build or rebuild as a game world. So they did actually travel to Norway and, you know, took like a boat across rivers and fjords, and really like to take in kind of like the game world and try to imagine how it would feel like, you know, the game recreating kind of like feeling like an end across like all of these mountains and sites, I guess. And I think we definitely nailed it, you know. Kind of like getting this feeling. But we also talk about, you know, how coming from Norway, what a site like England would have been with like the greener pastures and more like fertile land, I guess. And quite different biome as well. Yeah, I did remember that Rod did call you CC all the time. So I kind of like stuck to that as well. Like it's also the reason I call Hero instead of Haro. Because it's Rod called him, but then later on I found out that he's actually called Haro, like hieroglyphs. But now everybody still calls him Hero. Me included, which is kind of like stuck to it. And he's fine with it, so it's cool, I guess, but yeah, it's funny how like I guess one person kind of like shape thing like that. You always say this, one thing Ubisoft almost never fails at is world design. Yeah. World design and art direction and soundtrack is something they always nail. Like even Odyssey, I think, has had, you know, really well done. But yeah, every game is just like a joy to, you know, explore and take in the game world and the soundtrack and stuff. Okay, let's go over here. Comparing this climb down to Odyssey where you can just like, you know, jump off a mountain and it's like nothing happened. I mean, obviously, you know, climbing down is more tedious, but I take tedious and immersive versus, you know, completely unrealistic. Also, our first can, so it's time to prove myself. Because we're kind of like saying earlier how easy this is. Because a lot of people are really like struggling with these, and I think it's like kind of like a thing of patience, you know, kind of like really securing that it stands stable. But some of these are like legitimately difficult. However, I think this first one shouldn't be too difficult.
So, go on. Try it yourself. Eivor. Come. Stand here and look out over the fjords. Hold my hand. There you go.
I've never been so high.
Your father brought me here long ago, when we were just 19 winters. Together we stacked stones into cairns.
These?
Yes. Think of this as a test of mind and wit. Stack the cairn stones high and wide into any shape you like.
How do I win?
You win by playing, and a quiet mind is your reward. Let the air and nature's beauty soothe you.
So it's another thing I really like. Oh damn it, I fucked it up. I had it already, but I kinda wanna use all the stones here to stack them. But yeah, I like these kind of like, you know, dialogues with Eivor's past. Like him just talking to his mother, you know. It's kind of like nice and introspective, kind of like a thing. It reminds me of the star signs in Origins. Okay, let's get this one as well. Never mind. I don't want to validate, I want to use all the rocks. Okay, there we go. What is it? Literally heat. Okay, we're good. Yeah, essentially. Let's actually check off his location. I wonder if it is where the hot map is supposed to be. Just looking for it. Ah, never mind, that's where it is. We found it. Nice. If you watch Jaws backwards, it's actually a heartwarming story about a shark who gives arms and legs to disabled people. I mean, you have a point there. A lot of movies would have a very interesting, you know, thematic if played backwards. Oh shit. Better take. Seems like it's time to trip again. What the heck? Okay, these guys are overleveled. Not supposed to do this yet. I don't think. Yeah. We're not. Holy shit. Okay, these guys are like level 280, I think. Which is, you know, locations level. That was unexpected. Okay, we're gonna do that at a later point then. Because it's not doable currently. You know, what I think is interesting is the voices you hear here. You know, it's not really a soundtrack, it's actually like a bit like the scarf in the wind from Origins. You know, when you're kind of like in the desert and you have these illusions or hallucinations happening, and you like voices speaking to you. I think in Valhalla, like here could be explained by, you know, Eivor actually being a sage of Odin, and with us being like so close to kind of like, you know, Yggdrasil up here, we would maybe like kind of like sense the kind of like Isu technology or something, or maybe it would like awaken ancient memories of Eivor. But I think it definitely stands a connection to that, to be honest.
Blood freezes.
Okay, let's get one of these oil jars. Let's try that. Okay, can't move that for some reason. Okay, these are again high level boss. Don't wanna fight them. Leave me be. Shit. Yeah! Let's get out of here. These guys can probably like one-shot us as well. Right, so I believe that's everything we can do currently. We couldn't really go further north here in Hordafilke. We've collected all the wealth opportunities we had. With the exception of this and also Adrikstad as well. Yeah, these should be the last locations to get, and then we can basically leave Norway. Entrance there. Let's have a look on the north side. No entrance either, but I think we can go up there. Have to climb our way in. Nice. That's what we wanted. So, give me a sec, guys.
Come on, I need a challenger!
To the Swan Road! Let the sail out! Seagull! Sail! We can continue.
Okay, sorry guys, I was muted for a bit. My sister just came back and told me about her evening. So, yeah. But yeah, I think we have collected all the wealth now. I believe so. Which means we're now fully finished with all the side activities in Norway. And can essentially leave for England. That's cool. Also, hey there, Liziao. Welcome to the stream. How's it going?
Are you one of Harald's men?
I am. The king wishes to make a survey of the land he now rules. Nothing more.
Let me ask, are you one of the conquered? Did Harald take your lands as well?
No. My family has lived under his banner since the days of his father, Halfdan the Black.
Well, welcome to Fornburg, warrior.
Ulriksdal has a nicer feel. More lived in, more built up.
Ah, it's not that bad here. You could have been sent north, beyond the Whitefang.
Oh, cheers, dude. I appreciate it. Very nice.
Bunch of ungrateful narwhals living here.
I hope you're doing well over there.
Look harmless, but would stab you in a second.
Have patience. Sit a while and play, friend.
Yeah, another time. We have played and beaten him already. Now it's time to find Sigurd. And he seems to be inside Longhouse.
Can I interest you in a game of Orlok?
Okay, I believe we have to find an alternative way inside.
Christian ways!
Quiet all! Give me a chance to speak! Two days ago, we rid this land of Kjotve and his dogs. Yet today, we do not celebrate. Today we cower under a cloud of fear. But it need not be like this. We are not the heel-trodden subjects of a boy king. We are the Raven clan. Our destiny is our own.
Did you know about your father's oath to Harald?
I did not. And for that my anger burns hotter than any man's here. But I will not let that drive me into despair. We cannot stay in Norway. Not under Harald's boot. Not without fueling more war. So we push forward, to newer lands. To England. And there make a new home, a kingdom of our own.
The sons of Ragnar Lothbrok have been in England 8 winters already. Is there any land left for a clan of our size?
More than enough, wife. Of the 4 kingdoms of England, only one is truly pacified.
I have no desire to wear Harald's leash. I like this idea.
A saga for the ages, I agree.
It will take time and resources to build ourselves a new home, but the riches taken from Kjotve's raid would suffice.
No. That belongs to my father, as a fair compensation. In England, we must start anew.
You would start us with nothing? In a land we do not know? Among people who hate us?
Kjotve's riches would go some way to easing our passage, Sigurd. I bested him. It is within my rights to claim his goods.
Our leaving must not be an assault on my father. It is a time of renewal for us.
So this is actually an important choice, and it's one of the choices that's gonna directly influence the ending and your relationship to Sigurd. So if you agree with him and start anew and don't take riches, then you will get on his good side essentially, and he won't count it against you. If you take the riches, you know, it will create more of a rift already, which might have a lasting impact depending on the other choices we make throughout the game. So for me that's a clear we leave the resources for Styrbjörn, because we will start anew and I don't have a problem with that, and the resources won't help us much anyways. So it's kind of like a safe bet, you know, to kind of like agree with Sigurd here.
If you object, I understand. Let your father keep Kjotve's riches. England will have riches and cargo enough for us.
Good. I did not want this cloud hanging over us. It is a wise leader who considers the need of others.
To England then, before the day is out. Pack what you need, but no more than that.
And tighten your lips. The last thing we need is the attention of Harald's troops. How much did you hear?
Enough. A new path is revealed and your journey will be challenging.
Will you not join us?
For my mother's sake, I cannot. But our threads will cross again before the final day. Until then, farewell.
Also thanks again for follow Liziao. Sorry, I kind of forgot to save it earlier. I was kind of waiting for the cutscene. Right. Time to speak to Sigurd. And leave Norway for good. It's gonna be a long time till we come back here. Let's see, there's actually one thing I forgot about again, that is, you know, actually doing the fishing. Oh, we haven't gotten the fishing rod yet, right? That's the thing, like we haven't gotten it yet because we don't have a fishing hut. Since we don't have a settlement yet, so I haven't really gotten around doing fishing. Which means I probably have to come back here and do that, actually. So yeah, it might be one of those things I might do off stream, to be honest. But we'll see about it. But story-wise, it's gonna be a while until we come back to Norway.
Eivor, the wind favors us. We should set sail without delay.
You made quick work of packing. Well done.
The dream of new lands is a powerful lure.
As is the promise of glory. But the act of leaving so beloved a home, there is a sadness to it.
Having doubts?
No, not at all. The die is cast.
Then let fate guide our journey. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Let us take to the water and leave unbothered while we have the chance.
That chance is past. Look.
Fate flies on swifter wings than we.
King Harald's banner.
Sigurd, what is this assembly? What are you planning?
An exit, father. As graceful as I can. For if I cannot be king in the land of my birth, I will start a new saga. In England.
Nonsense. Your place is here, son, at my side. There will be other victories soon. Other glories.
My choice is made, father. Do not hope otherwise.
It is easy to lose one's way on the road to glory. Do not let false victories blind you to what is true.
You talk of false victories to me, old man? A sad old bear who destroyed his honor with one bent knee. The further I sail from this place, the louder I will sing.
I will be his anchor, Lord.
No. You must be his better half. May Agir bless your voyage.
We still got the resources for. It's actually something that doesn't even impact, or maybe you get like more resources if you choose to take like all of it, maybe. But yeah, we still got resources, even making the choice to leave resources for Styrbjörn. So I would assume it actually did give it to us after all. Kind of like as a head start, and because he feels bad about this choice, I guess. At least for Sigurd's sake.
The time for tears is over, you weeping sacks of wool! Put some muscle into those pools!
Ration your strength, dog. We have an ocean to cross.
All right, you lazy backrout. Sigurd, what's our course?
The sons of Ragnar established a settlement near the coast. We set sail for that. Bragi, sing a song to lift our hoover.
To rouse the gods! Inspire a mighty fart from Thor to speed us on our way!
An ocean lies before us, Eivor, and on its far side, a new kingdom awaits.
You know England well from your travels.
I spent a season in their kingdom of Mercia, a temperate land, lush and wild. By now, the sons of Ragnar will have claimed its heart.
Do we mean to join their army?
They will join ours. In time, all of England will know of Ravenclan and the glory we brought to that fractured land. So to England! Glory and destiny!
To England!
To England! For Valhalla!
I love the title drop actually. Also, we spent like, I don't know, 10 hours in Norway. And that's the moment, you know, the title drop happens. It's even, you know, bigger than Odyssey's intro.
In a lecture at the University of Cambridge, Dr. Sirka told a worried audience that scientists have few answers for them.
Since the mass coronal ejection of 2012, the strength of the Earth's magnetic field has increased by a factor of 50,000. This has resulted in huge disturbances in radio and satellite communications, dangerous bands of radiation around the poles, and as we can all see from our window, an aurora borealis that never burns away. Unfortunately, we are stumped as to why this is happening, and if we cannot find an answer soon, it may change the way we live, the way we communicate, even the way we evolve, forever.
Dr. Sirka went on to say,
"Bought you more electrolytes? Oh, new and improved citrus flavor."
Thanks, Sean. How do we fix this? How are you the key to everything?
And there we are. The beginning of a modern day of Valhalla. And as you can see, it's like already a lot of things happening here. you see Layla being in a pretty, kind of like a state where she's clearly like been through, something. It's all explained, of course, by Fate of Atlantis and how she got corrupted by the spear or the staff of Hermes Trismegistus. Something that we watched recently when finishing Odyssey, kind of like all the modern day cutscenes. She kind of like ended up killing her friend Victoria, with which she worked together. And also, didn't really care for her death either, which was partially to bad writing, but also partially to, Quebec kind of like letting that happen, I guess. But Valhalla is really the game that kind of like, deals with those consequences that happened in Fate of Atlantis. And, her being in the state that she is right now is one of those kind of like consequences, I guess. But yeah, also we are somewhere completely different. We are in North America. And standing right in front of a grave of Eivor. You might ask, why is Eivor in North America? It's something we don't know just yet. However, we do know that Eivor did go to North America at some point during the main game. But not to a point where, he or she actually did settle over here. So that's something Ubisoft still hasn't told yet. How it happens and how Eivor gets buried here. Jorvik is like, welcome dude. And yeah, we have also Sean back. It's been a while since we actually had him like in an open world, modern day kind of like scenario where we could interact with him. But yeah, Sean isn't the only one who's back.
You're a long way from home, Eivor.
There you have a lot of different items. Excavation tools, but also an axe. Something that looks like a shard from like a piece of Eden. Arm rings. Then we have these kind of like medallions or something. A comb. A needle or something. Then also the helmet. So all items that of course belong to Eivor. But before we go to the cabin, I wanna have a look outside. At the takeaway burger box. Yeah. Don't underestimate the takeaway in medieval times.
It's beautiful. But it's not normal.
And yeah, where we have... that's of course another thing that was introduced to us that not even later, but also the world is in kind of like a state where, more disturbances are happening. Like the earthquake just now, the Aurea Borealis, and also other factors. And they all kind of like hint towards a second kind of like apocalypse nearing, Like this one kind of prevented the first one. But in reality only like kind of like delayed it. And whatever was causing it is still trying to cause it, So these kind of like disturbances are something that of course happened also after Desmond sacrificed himself, but they got like more severe in 2020.
I'm not going anywhere. Not yet.
Imagine,
Another satellite. Damn.
imagine being in the cabin and, you know, that comet kind of like flying on your cabin. I think she was safer in the cave in Origins.
Someone's got mail. An invitation to a fair in Concord. Bring your best crop and you may win a prize. Tempting.
Concord is of course one of the cities that you could also see in AC3. It's like kind of like a settlement in the frontier. So yeah, we're not too far off from, you know, where AC3 is taking place, actually.
Would love to play around, but I have bigger things on my mind.
Did you get my tea?
Oh, mint tea is not actually tea, Bex. It's an infusion. It's really just dirty, minty water.
I don't care what you call it, Sean. Did you buy any?
Of course I did, love.
Hey, sorry about pulling you out. The generator was sputtering.
That's fine. I needed air.
How was the Animus data stream? Comfortable?
Felt pretty stable after a while.
Good. Just give me a sec and you can jump back in.
Another satellite came down. Did you see?
I did. One of Abstergo's.
That's good.
Well, most of North America just lost its GPS service, so depends what you mean by good, really.
Right. Even when we win, we lose.
Okay, we're all set. Whenever you're ready, you can jump back in.
And there she is as well, Rebecca. And yeah, as you can tell by you know, Sean calling her love, they are actually together. And I think they're even planning on having a baby eventually as well. I think somebody confirms, like something confirms it later on. But yeah, after what happened in Odyssey, you know, it was kind of like decided in the Brotherhood that she should have like close advisors and people that kind of like know what they're dealing with. And since Sean and Rebecca, you know, dealt with Desmond, who has also like very severe issues with the bleeding effect and being controlled by, you know, an Isu, like Juno, they thought they were like fitting to kind of like assist her in her Animus sessions. And what of course we can see directly here is the actual Hermes Trismegisto stuff that was trying to manipulate her. It's actually something that was showcased in a cutscene earlier. Layla actually has like a ship or something on her neck, which kind of like prevents the influence of the stuff, supposedly. But it's interesting because it's the same location where the sages have a mark as well, in Valhalla, like Eivor.
I went through hell to bring you here. It had better be worth it.
I think it's kind of like fitting because, you know, the same way Layla tries to stay free of the corruption of the stuff, the sages, you know, try to be their own person, not be kind of like possessed by, you know, the Isu. That is also part of them.
That's quite nice. Soothing.
Hello, Layla.
Sean, what do you make of the grave out there?
Well, it overturns a few hundred years of scholarship about the first Europeans to set foot in North America. Apart from that, it's just a bunch of muddy bones, isn't it?
Can we talk about this thing on my neck for a second?
Ah, the mood stabilizer. Yes.
It's not harmful, is it? I mean, I feel good, but I want to make sure there's no side effects.
There shouldn't be. It's only blocking outside signals. A passive effect. so the staff doesn't, you know, mess with you.
Sean, what happened last year, I had no control over that. I tried to resist.
I understand. And your old team, maybe they don't. But we've seen that sort of thing before. Still, if you want to work with us and get to the bottom of why the world is about to end for the second time in 8 years, then you wear that thing until we say otherwise. William's orders.
I know. It's not a problem.
It's just a few more weeks, yeah? Just until we figure this out.
You're right. I know you're right.
So it's really interesting because I think it's kind of like a bit of a throw at Quebec. You know, the way Sean says, maybe your old team didn't understand, you know, the impact of apples or pieces of Eden, but we do. You know, because modern day team has completely changed and kind of like into this character set Montreal has never really worked with before. And I think it's kind of like a bit, you know, at a burn. It's not the only burn that's gonna happen or kind of reference to the previous, you know, game Odyssey and the messy modern day that it had. Because Valhalla really tries to kind of rectify the mistakes that happened there. Hey, there's Soul Trooper. Yeah, she's staying motionless like Osiris. Staying perfectly still. But yeah, I hope you're having a good day, Soul Trooper.
Sean has been busy.
A strange message. An audio fragment sent from an unknown location to our encrypted servers. Nothing was stolen, nothing corrupted, just a quick deposit and gone. We got lucky this time. So what is it? A cryptic sound file, voice unknown, with a signal beneath it. The signal was a code, led us to be precise spots here in New England. We dug, and good lord, we struck gold. Well, silver, dominant currency in the Dark Ages. Point is, it was a grave site, a Norse warrior dating to the late 9th century, early 10th century AD. A few centuries before the earliest known settlements. This is big news if we have it right. The question remains, how did these bones get here, and why? So I think this is very important because some people criticize Valhalla for being historically inaccurate, you know. But the thing is, Valhalla doesn't make a secret out of this being not according to history books. You know, that Eivor has gotten to North America this early. They just basically do the whole alternative spin, you know, thing. Which I think is important, you know, that you do an explanation. Like, it's one thing to get facts wrong, but it's another thing to kind of talk about it and make sense of it, right? And Valhalla does that, it kind of says, yeah, you know, it's not what stands in the history books, but in our game world, it is what happened. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's always kind of a compromise between game and historic effects, and it is just alternative history. But I think it's always important to kind of give you an explanation for things. And to kind of immerse yourself better in the game world, I guess.
You mind if I put some music on?
Go for it.
Cool.
Kind of bad audio quality, but it's a pretty old radio, so that's fair.
You gonna put this in the fridge, Sean?
Of course. In half a minute.
Remember, tomatoes go on the counter, not the fridge. Please enjoy your stay. Remember, all the garbage must be packed out, and please water the plants once a day. Yeah, I won't remember that. Sean, don't forget to water the plants while I'm under, okay?
I'll add it to the calendar and tattoo it on my leg.
Add it to my calendar and tattoo it on my leg. Very dedicated, Sean.
Feeling okay?
Better. But I'm worried that it could happen again. The 2 data streams.
I can't promise it won't. I barely understand it myself.
It felt like 2 minds, fighting over 1 brain. It hurt like a shotgun to the head.
Right. There's something about this Viking's DNA sample that feels dense, noisy.
Could it be the staff? Interfering somehow?
How do you mean?
My headaches, my temper. They started the day I got that thing.
I hope you're not making excuses for, you know, your friend.
Jesus, no. I'm not.
Sorry. Just take it easy. And if you feel yourself slipping again, let us know.
I'm trying. I really am.
Yeah, Sean always has to do everything, and then he gets off his shit right for being an asshole. But yeah, I love Sean. He's a great character. But so is Rebecca. And like, funny enough, they actually made me like Layla more in Valhalla as well. Like in Odyssey, she was absolutely atrocious character, the way she was written. But in Valhalla, you know, she's like actually like dealing with her past and, you know, all that stuff that a normal human being would do. Not just, you know, kill somebody and then pretend like nothing happened. Guess it should be the next protagonist at this rate. Yeah, it's actually interesting, but an early development plan, I think, of Darby McDavid actually was to have Sean and Rebecca be the protagonist. Like, not only Sean, but like both of them, I guess, and then you would like switch between the 2, depending on like what would happen in the modern day. But it got like waived or something for, I guess, Layla. I'm not quite sure if it was for Valhalla or if it was already for Origins. But Darby McDavid definitely had the idea to have Sean and Rebecca be like modern day protagonists. Also, I like how they kind of like confront Layla here, right, with what she has done with her killing her friend, like, you know. Something that Odyssey never bothered, like, you know, with whatsoever. You wanted Galina, but they turned her into an alcoholic or something. Did that happen like in a comic? Because I don't remember learning that.
Be nice to sleep in a real bed when this is over.
Alright, so we could go into the enemies, however, we have a laptop with loads of information.
Let's have a look.
We're gonna have first a look into the mailbox. We have 4 messages. I wonder which one is the first one. It's May 10th, 11th. Okay, this is the first one. From unknown sender to Layla Hassan. Date December 27th, 2019. 5:51 PM. Subject: you. You have a gift and a curse. The gift of all blood, the curse of not understanding it. We can help if you help us. What you did is not your fault, but you must take responsibility for it, otherwise nothing gets done. One of us will contact you. If you miss us, you miss your chance. From Layla to unknown. Who the fuck is this? Hold on. It's actually, I was reading it backwards. Sorry. So first message is Layla, what your favorite baseball team happened to be the Atlantis Eagles? And then that longer message gets sent. But that's interesting because it's the first time they actually confirm that Layla actually has like ancient blood. might be related to like Isu. There was also this theory that Desmond has kind of like the DNA of Adam, and Layla would have the DNA of Eve. But that hasn't been confirmed yet. It was a comic thing, I gotcha. That's sick. They're watching you. Right. From unknown to Layla, January 17th, 2020, 3:12 p.m. Subject, next steps. Layla, one last message after which all communication between us via this account or any other will cease. We have our own ways of talking, methods that cannot be shifted or traced. The previous team made this mistake. They knew the risk, but they were sloppy, left traces of activity on everything, digital fingerprints everywhere. This will not happen with us. My colleagues tell me the initial meeting went well. They are impressed, if a little wary of the influence your new toy has on you. But they know better than most what it means to live with such a burden. I'm curious to know more about this hair of memories epithet. It is not a phrase we have heard in all our decades of research. In a few weeks' time we will contact you once more. If you are interested in proceeding, follow our instructions to the letter. If you are not interested, or if you break any of our protocols, this will be the last time you hear from us. Take this to heart. The world is sick and getting sicker. The Earth's magnetic field is growing stronger. Satellites are falling from the sky. Earthquakes are getting more frequent. Famines are becoming more and more frequent. And now we have credible reports of a new and deadly virus sweeping throughout Asia. It can feel like we're living through a Yeatsian nightmare. More anarchy is loosed upon the world. In many ways we are. So that's of course actually a reference to COVID right there. With a virus sweeping through Asia. But there's hope. There's a cure. Us. In the past few months we have come across something that may help us solve our most pressing problems. A message, a very promising message, that may help us reverse the dire course we are on. If you want to be part of the solution, join us. If not, we wish you the best of luck. Layla says, I'm ready. Message says, good. So this is definitely written by either Sean, Rebecca, or William Miles. I assume rather Sean or Rebecca. Funny because an early script concept brainstorm, Eve's descendant was supposed to be Lucy. I remember that as well. That, you know, Lucy and Desmond would have been the descendants, I guess. From Layla Hassan to Remy Hassan, May 1st, 2020, 1:39 AM. Subject, disappearing for a while. Remy, forgive the short email, I wanted to call, but I'm not using phones right now, and my time is limited. I am still recovering from my trip. Things got out of hand and nothing went as expected. People got hurt, I told you it was for research, and it was, but not for... okay, I have no idea what that is supposed to be. The truth is, I haven't worked for them for a few years. It's a long story and I won't bother you with the details, but it wasn't for me. Leave it at that. I think it's supposed to be Abstergo? Maybe? I thought it was for research and it was, but not for Abstergo. It doesn't match with the science there, but... I think could explain why she has censored it, and that the science wouldn't match would actually benefit the censoring of the word. So I think that's what it is supposed to be. The truth is I haven't worked for them for a few years. It's a long story and I won't bother you with the details, but it wasn't for me. Leave it at that. The group I am with now I can't explain, not over email, but they have shown me things, given me opportunities, and opened my eyes to a broader view. But not without cost. In fact, I fucked up last year, bad, more than once, and I need to make it right. I know all this sounds cryptic, it is, but I'm not in danger, not in the way you might think. If I'm being vague, it's because I need to be. I don't want any data sniffers picking up on keywords that might raise alarms. Do I sound paranoid? A little? Here's the point. Don't worry about me. I'm with a couple of people who I trust now. They have been at this a lot longer than I have, and they're going to see me through this, I promise. At this time next year, things will be better. The skies will be clear, the earthquakes will stop, and we will celebrate Ramadan together. It will be just like the 90s, all over again. Tell Mama and Baba I miss them, and that I'm doing fine. Your sis, Layla. Remy says, I don't like the sound of any of this, Layla, and I don't like where this is leading. Not using phones is not the right way to ease my mind. You have my number. I suggest you call it. And no, I won't say hello to our parents for you, because doing so would bury me in questions I cannot answer. And to tell father that you no longer work for Abstergo would break his heart. That's all he ever talks about. Our daughter is on the cutting edge of neuroscience. The man doesn't understand the first thing about what you do or did, and he's still proud. I will not be the one to disappoint him. Is it COVID? Is that why you're being cagey? Something else? Call him, call me, and stop this insane game of hide and seek. I just want to know that you are safe. Ram. Layla says, no, I don't have COVID, no, and I'm well isolated. It's just 3 of us traveling together, staying out of sight. Remy says, thanks for clearing that up in such a profound detail. I'm sure I will sleep soundly now. Ram. So clearly kind of like a struggle between Layla and her family, and her not being able to tell them anything about what has happened. I think it's good because it's the first time we actually dive kind of like into Layla's background and where she's coming from. Kind of like, you know, family-wise, and what people are kind of like depending on her in, you know, her, I guess, life. Alright, let's go ahead and listen to the strange message.
I lived, I died, and now I sleep. And in my sleep I dream. And in my dreams, I see an end to the doom that will grip the earth once again. Find the wolf-kissed. Find the mad one. Find me. And save us all from another death.
And yeah, this is really cool because this is of course Loki, aka Basim. And he left this message behind because he's kind of like being kept alive by Yggdrasil. And is kind of like waiting for the Heir of Memories to deliver something. And also stop, you know, the end of the world once more. But that's really greatly set up here actually. A strange message broadcast from an unknown source north of the Arctic Circle. The message was broadcast for 9 days, then ceased. Spectrum analysis of the message revealed coordinates to a Norse gravesite in New England, USA. Then we have a message for Layla.
Layla, thought you might be interested in this. Conversations that Bex and I had with Desmond back in 2012. December, I think. Just candid talks, that's all. We didn't square any circles or write any beat poetry. But he did have some interesting insights into his time in the Animus and what it means to be an assassin. Anyway, have a listen. You might find you and he had similar experiences. So, well, let me know what you think. Unless it's to tell me I sound like a total brat in these recordings. If that's the case, just say nothing. I mean, I did have a slight cold at the time I recorded these. That's probably why I sound odd. Anyway, okay, I'm done anyway, so turn off. Turn off. Oh, it's actually just a button. Sorry, here we go.
Turn off. So yeah, that's really cool because it's kind of like, you know, makes a connection between Desmond and Layla and her actually learning from Desmond potentially. It's really cool because I got Nolan North back to actually voice Desmond for these messages, right? But also for some other parts of the main game. And yeah, this is the first file where I got Nolan North to voice Desmond again. And I tell you, it's really good.
No, come on, Sean. Turn that thing off.
Oh, hold on. I like what you said there. I want to get this for posterity. Say it again, nice and loud.
Seriously?
Sure, come on. If nothing else, it'll give me leverage with your old man.
Ah, that's your angle. Nice. What I said was, I wish I hadn't been born into the Assassins. I wish I had chosen this life. Is that good enough?
Sure, but why is that?
Because choice is the central idea of our creed. It underpins everything, right? It's about free will. It's about seeing the evidence before you and saying, yes, this is what I want. Or, no, this isn't for me. But when you're born into a group like this, or any other, like I was, you get mixed signals. You get told over and over again, this is what we believe. These are the rules. This is reality. No deviation. And if you question it, oh, they look at you like you killed a puppy. That's hardly free will. It's a weird irony when free will is your central belief, but nobody wants you to believe otherwise. I don't know how to say it exactly, but I always thought there was something self-destructive about our creed. If free will is the most important moral guidepost we have, we should be free to ignore it. To choose submission, for example. You know what I mean? Like, we should be free to side with the Templars. If it's really my choice, I could do that.
Right. It's almost self-refuting. A democracy could democratically elect a dictator or choose to get rid of democracy altogether. Within our creed is the seed of its own destruction. That's what makes it powerful, I think. And fragile.
Right. The more freedom you have, the more risky it is, you know? Anyway, my dad has mellowed over the years, but he was strict when we lived on the farm. He ran a tight ship. I never got the impression that I was free to choose my path forward. Our creed, our tenets, they were drilled into my head. By the time I was a teenager, I was following these rules out of a sense of duty. This was just what we did.
That happens to a lot of organizations over time. The stagnation sets in, you know? The fundamentalism.
Yeah. Following the rules becomes more important than achieving whatever goal you set out for yourself. And people start to lose sight of the reason the rules exist.
That's called deontology, or a form of it. Following a rule for its own sake and not for the consequences it has.
Yeah, but that feels backwards, doesn't it?
Well, I think so. Following a rule is the easy part. Praying, taking a sip of wine, munching on a wafer. Rituals that give comfort.
But that's just going through the motions. It makes people feel like they're doing something. When the hard work is, well, actually getting off your ass and doing something productive. I think people just want boundaries. Tight boundaries. They want to see the four walls that pen them in.
I don't disagree.
Anything outside that, anything that makes life more complex, that's scary. That's why I envy you. You chose this life. You went through that process and you decided, yes, I believe in this.
Sure. It didn't stop me from being an insufferable know-it-all as a teenager, but I see your point.
I would have loved to have been a know-it-all. I knew nothing. Not until you guys found me. Yeah. It wasn't until I met you and Bex and Lucy that I knew. I knew I wanted to be an assassin.
Oh, thanks, Des. Come here. Bring it in, bud. I don't normally like touching, but I'll make an exception now.
I am not hugging you.
You sure? Because I smell very nice today.
Can you just turn that off?
how good is that? And that, you know, just like this whole conversation has more substance to it than the entirety of Odyssey's modern day. It's actually crazy, you know. It's almost like they speak with logic and like, you know, actual people that are thinking about the concept of the Assassins and Templars and of freedom and control, you know. Like actually understanding the meaning of it and the ironies of it. But yeah, it's really greatly written and also voiced, of course, by you know, both of them. And I think it's very interesting what Desmond says there, right? Because if you're kind of like born into kind of like a group, you know, for example, like your parents are part of like, for example, a certain religion, you know, it would be expected of you to kind of like follow suit and, you know, also kind of like embrace that religion in your life most of the time. And something similar happened with Desmond and the Assassins, right? He got born into this group and they taught him the ways, but he never knew anything else. Which is why he went away, you know, he literally ran away when he was 16 because he didn't believe the Assassins. He was like closed off from society and he wanted to see the world himself, you know. So that's also the irony with Desmond, like even though he was with the Assassins, he was always kind of like almost like captured at a place, you know, away from the Templars because of their influence and how quickly they would, you know, get them and find them and kill them or make experiments. And the irony also in that is that exactly that happened. You know, like Desmond went out, he ran away, he became a barkeeper, had a bit of fun, but then he got captured by Abstergo. And, you know, AC1 happened. So, it really showcases how difficult and tricky these situations were, you know. Not everything is like black and white. Even though the Assassins had like a good intention, by keeping Desmond at that place, they took away his freedom to go where he wanted. But by going where he wanted, he took the risk of being captured by the Templars. And yeah, it's just, you know, really good throwbacks here to the very early games of AC and Desmond. It's actually the Desmond journey missions in Revelations. I can really tell like his kind of like running away from home to you know, kind of like being captured by Abstergo quite well. But yeah. You would hug Sean in a Hazemith suit. Yeah, I would give Sean a hug as well. He definitely deserves it.
Hold on, I'll just set this here.
Do you guys record everything we talk about?
Not everything, but you've been using the Animus so much, I thought this was a good chance to learn some things about prolonged exposure.
So I'm your guinea pig?
No, my guinea pigs are all dead. The Animus was too much for them to handle.
Cute.
Can I ask you about the bleeding effect? Any recent flashes? Any memories resurfacing?
Yeah, the usual things. Ghost images of Altair and Ezio a few times a day. Nothing intrusive, just brief moments. They pass quickly, almost without me noticing. Like a figure in the corner of my eye. Or remembering a dream from the night before. I did have one extended hallucination a few days ago. It was Ezio. He was older, around the time he left Cappadocia. He was standing on the deck of a ship, alone. And through him, I could feel an intense regret or guilt. And it felt to me like he'd had a loss of faith in himself, in the creed, like he couldn't keep it up, couldn't stay true to his ideals. And as I watched him, I thought, is this the moment he decided he was done being an assassin? It felt like it. Anyway, most of my visions have been brief, lasting just a few seconds. They're like complete memories of small moments that appear suddenly out of nowhere, fully formed. It's a strange feeling.
Okay, anything else?
I'm starting to see Connor now, too. Though I hear his voice more often than I see him.
I'm sure that will change. Oh, yeah, and yesterday, just before bed, I had a memory of being on a beach in the Caribbean with a bunch of sailors. Or maybe they were pirates. I don't know. No idea.
Huh. We'll look into that. And how do you feel in general?
In general? Well, I feel older, for one. Much older. And it's strangely comforting. I'm collecting the memories and skills and thoughts of so many people. I feel like I've lived a few hundred years or more. Is it possible that if I do this for too long, it'll push my own memories aside? That I'll be everyone but myself after a while?
It's possible. That's called identity substitution. It's happened before, but it's rare. And someone with your background shouldn't need to worry.
My background? You mean someone with my genes? My abilities?
You have Isu DNA, and that lets you see things and do things and withstand traumas that other people can't.
And I can suffer in ways that others can't. That's not something to be proud of.
You mean the apple?
Yeah. It has a pull, Bex. It tugs at my brain. It talks to me. Teases me. Drives me mad. And what I did to Lucy... God damn it. Nothing is worth the damage I did. The pain I caused.
I know. But you're special. That's the point.
I'm not special, Bex. I'm lucky. That's all.
I understand.
We're assassins. It's our creed that makes us different, not our genes, not our blood. Anyone can join us.
That's true. But let's leave that aside for a second. What I want to know is, have you ever had any Isu memories resurface?
Isu memories? I don't think so. I can't even begin to imagine what that would feel like.
I think you'd know if you did. Maybe one day. We might be able to induce something.
Jesus, let's fix the world first, okay? Before we start digging up my ancient ancestors.
Deal.
With my luck, I'll be related to some third-rate Isu like Sisyphus or something.
Way to aim high, buddy.
Hey, you gotta.
Also, have a Maxi. That's the worst, dude. Thank you for the look. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good evening. Jay, you don't think you've heard this one? Was this recorded fresh of Valhalla? It was, yeah, actually. They did get Nolanov back to voice Desmond for these, you know, kind of like audio logs. But then, of course, also at the ending of the game, if you remember, with the Yggdrasil scene. There's another kind of like Desmond part where we also had Nolanov voicing him again. But yeah, it's so good, you know. The conversations with both Sean and Rebecca, and it's really interesting when he talks about all the memories that he has and all the bleeding effects, you know, kind of like affecting him. Where he has kind of like the ghosts of Altair and Ezio appearing in front of him, but also Connor. What's kind of interesting and cool is that he also had a memory about a beach and pirates, you know, which of course is a foreshadowing to Black Flag, something that he never like experienced himself, but that people actually could access through his genes after he was dead, after AC3. So he actually had like a vivid memory of Edward Kenway, but he never has actually explored his memories. It was just like, because with Connor, you know, being so close to him, I guess it's likely for him to kind of like, you know, get also flashbacks to his ancestors in a way. So yeah, very interesting stuff here. English locals of note. Ayla, as you traipse about England, Bex and I thought you might want to keep your eyes open for a few things. Assassin burrows, or the hidden ones more accurately. They operated in Roman Britain between the years 100 and 430 CE. It's not clear why they left, but the final date corresponds roughly to the Roman exodus from Britain. So I imagine their leaving had something to do with the Empire's retreat. Mission accomplished for Lost of Faith, not sure, but we do know that it was several hundred years before the Hidden Ones returned to the island. It may be Basim and Typhim of the first in half a century. From our own archives, I believe there were 6 main boroughs operating in the Roman period. Leicestershire, London, Winchester, York, Essex, and Gloucestershire. These won't be the Saxon names, so you will have to read between the lines. Animus anomalies. Bex noticed these, about 10, embedded in the simulation. Dense clusters of data that may screw with your ability to navigate Eivor's memories. Approach with caution. You don't know what they would do if you get too close. They may be harmless, they may induce occipital shock, or wipe your mind. Hard to say. Best to err on the side of hell no, but if you're curious, well, I warned you. And the Pieces of Eden. We don't know of any ISO artifacts you should be looking for specifically, but they're out there, and this was a period where they often cropped up in legend. Norse and Saxon songs and tales speak of them often, so keep your eyes peeled. Especially around Stonehenge, how could that not be an ISO site? And yeah, it will be. Like, Stonehenge is literally where the, Sword of Eden is kind of like hidden. Yeah, it's going good, Maxi. Playing some more Valhalla tonight. Just kind of like taking a deep dive into the modern day stuff. Animus session report, date the 3rd of November 2014. Operator Rebecca Crane, subject Sean Hastings, reporter William Miles. Preface. The transformation of the Order of the Ancients into the Templars as we know them today has always been a subject of considerable debate among our ranks. We have operated with the assumption that the Templars themselves had some complete knowledge of his evolution, but at present no concrete historical evidence has ever made it into our hands. What little data we have is mostly a matter of public record, with some exceptions. It is commonly understood that this origin of the Knights Templar dates back to 1119 CE, and this indeed was the appearance of the public face of the Templars. However, our records attest to the existence of Templar agents at least 2 centuries before the date. In one badly damaged document, an assassin contract from Normandy in the mid-11th century, the author makes free use of the term Templar at an earlier letter, this time from a hidden one in the region of modern-day Dorset, around 978 CE, makes mention of a Templar spy within the ranks of the Brotherhood. From this we can safely assume that the Templar Order as an entity distinct from the Order of the Ancients existed at some point in the mid-10th century. With an aim to expand our understanding of this dark age, one of our agents recently volunteered to delve into his genetic memories to search for further clues to this age-old mystery. Unfortunately, what he discovered was of little use for our purposes. Sean Hastings began the first of 7 sessions on October 5, 2014. Over the course of the next 3 weeks, he followed various matrilineal and patrilineal lines into the past, focusing on the 9th, 10th and 11th centuries in search of assassins and/or Templars in his bloodline. He found none. Of minor interest, however, was the following personage, here noted for the peculiarity of his biography. Eirik Thorvaldsson, an early 9th century youth who sailed north from modern-day Denmark with a wooden plank bearing a carving of a map that purported to mark the location of Thor's hammer. Eirik made it as far as Stavanger before running afoul of a powerful clan there. Eirik was defeated in battle and enthralled as a slave. He escaped his captivity some 10 years later and returned to Jutland to marry and settle down. The location of Eirik's map is unknown, and the existence of Thor's hammer, a precursor relic, no doubt, remains unconfirmed. Eirik's ancestors would later sail to England following the Northmen's conquest of the island, settling in what is now called Loughborough in modern-day Leicestershire. The irony that a man named Hastings would contain no useful genetic memory data regarding the Norseman invasion of England in 1066 was no lost on our dear subject. Still, he retained his usual shipper wit and asked if he might next relive the genetic memories of his grandfather to, quote, give a Nazi a proper bollocking. I mean, it doesn't sound too bad. But they're kind of cool. So Sean has actually done anime sessions. And he kind of like discovered a Vikinger that, you know, stood a connection to Thor Sema. Which he didn't find, unfortunately. But, you know, Ava will find, of course. It also talks about how the Templar Order might actually have existed before, you know, AC1 and 1119. Since the term Templar has been coined a lot earlier than the official, you know, kind of like religious order being created. So I assume what kind of like happened is, you know, because we know that Alfred is kind of the one to found of kind of like lay a foundation for the Templar Order. That the Templars start to exist with him, but they haven't officially kind of like founded the religious order to go on like crusades and stuff, you know. I assume they're gonna do that because they know that with the help of religion and the church, you know, they're gonna succeed in their aims of retrieving, you know, possibly like more Piece of Eden and take control of the Holy Land, I guess. He mentioned before, you thinking too, Sean, that he has like an ancestor. There was actually a document in Brotherhood in the laptop where kind of like talks about that he has a Viking ancestor who was also part, actually doesn't talk about him being part in like a particular battle, but he does have like kind of like ancestry in that regard. Okay, so I think I'm actually gonna do it similar to Origins, where I would kind of like read some of modern day stuff throughout the gameplay. So this is all we're gonna read and listen to for now, and then next stream I'm gonna be like taking on the next folder. Because like quite a bit of information, I want to kind of like spread it out a bit. But yeah, I think that's everything we can do currently. So it's time to head back into the Animus and make our way to England.
All right, time to go. Norway to England takes about a week by long ship, so I'll scrub ahead. Layla, you okay?
Sorry. Can you play the message again?
We have the transcript if you're looking for something. I can go and...
No, I want to hear it.
Okay.
I don't mean to be cryptic, it's just... That message led us here, to this place, to a Norse grave in North America. So those bones out there are the only lead we have. Our only chance at fixing this planet before it's too late.
Here it is.
I lived, I died, and now I sleep. And in my sleep I dream. And in my dreams I see an end to the doom that will grip the earth once again. Find the wolf-kissed. Find the mad one. Find me. And save us all from another death.
Unsettling, that is.
That pulse in the message. Are you sure it's just coordinates? Nothing else?
Nothing I can find.
Okay, I'm ready.
Here we go.
England, 873 CE.
There she is, England, our new home.
Not a patch on Norway, but we'll make this land our own soon enough.
I'm glad to see any land at all, and will be happy to have my feet on solid ground again.
We must not rush our landing. All you see here is Saxon territory. The Kingdom of Mercia, largely unpacified. There will be eyes watching us from the trees, with bows drawn and traps set. We must be wary. Randi, dig in your oars, all standing.
Have you spotted something?
Not yet. But let us go ahead to clear the path of any dangers. Then follow our lead when the sun brushes the horizon.
Understood. May Thor bless you all on your way. We will see you soon.
Sail on.
Yes, I'm ready for whatever these green-thumbed fairy folk have to throw at us.
Sigurd, do the sons of Ragnar know that we're coming?
They do not, but they will not scoff at our visit. Of the 4 kingdoms in England, the sons of Ragnar have settled only one. The rest is ripe for the taking.
Do we mean to join their army?
No, no. We will speak with them, get the lay of the land, and carve this country into as many pieces as we see fit.
Look ahead there! Is that what passes for a town? Plain brick in a single rune to their timid god?
That rune is called a root, Dag. The cross upon which their god was sacrificed. It sits atop a monastery, a place of worship.
That cross killed their Christ, and now they display it in worship? Bizarre.
We carve idols of our gods and make wishes before them, like our sacrifices to Odin, the One-Eyed.
But we do not worship the wolf that kills him. That is the difference.
Whatever strangeness we see in these Saxons, they must think the same of us.
The hammer! Now there is a symbol worthy of a god. A bolt of lightning would take that cross clean off.
I like when Dex says that it's bizarre that we worship the cross, you know. Since it's what got Jesus killed.
Look there! What are they doing?
Ritual drowning.
Baptism, Dag. Are the ways of Christians really so unfamiliar to you?
Not at all. I simply forgot. And someone has to keep the conversation up. It must be priests and worshippers alone in that place. We could storm this port with ease. Sack it without breaking a sweat.
Is there much in the way of treasure there?
Always! They shape precious metals and cut jewels to their gods. There will be a fortune there.
Later, Dag. There will be time enough for raiding, once we have settled. Come to, stop the boats! Pull up over there! The way forward is blocked by a chain spanning the river. We must remove it before passing on.
A chain? Can we cut through it?
It's too thick for access. But there must be a way to release it, somewhere in that camp.
I will go.
And I will be right behind you.
No, Dad. You stay here. Should trouble come our way, I want you defending the ship.
A good idea. Send out the arrow and keep your sharpest axe at hand, huh?
Something like that.
Something like that. It's like even Sigurd, you know, realizes that deck isn't like the most deadly of Viking. So I want to have a quick look here. I can upgrade my bow further. Definitely want to do that for the addition damage. And we can also finally upgrade the helmet. And then we can get the brush with death ability, which is great because it gives us slow motion whenever we dodge perfectly. Very useful for combat to have. I think I might go for chain assassination next, and then the adrenaline.
I must be careful now.
The oddest thing I've heard is this blasphemous notion of theirs that Jesus is just another god, as if he'd have anything. Especially for bad cases. None of this quick and easy modern cure-all nonsense.
Badger's bile and boiled ferns.
This chain is huge, and poorly anchored, it appears. I might be able to shoot it. Done. Path is clear.
The chain is away. Hey, boys, back to the boat. We should be close now, barring any more surprises.
River chain blockades. After conducting several trials, we have found that these naval chains vote against even the most durable.
Dane! The Dane has come!
What up? Even the most durable Danish longships, so long as the mechanism remains intact. Several more blockades will be constructed in the coming months and are to be installed on the rivers leading inland. As our best defense against any forthcoming incursions, it is imperative that these blockades be maintained and kept operational at all times. Any failure of function is to be reported immediately.
Let's see you, old friend.
Just want to check if we actually have gotten everything, but I think we have.
Fine work,
I say we go back, Sigurd. Give those dogs a good knock around and take whatever treasures they have. Easy pickings.
Not today, Dag. We press on until we reach our goal. We cannot afford another surprise. Now be on your guard. It should not be far.
Gods, I'm ravenous. I hope they have food and ale on hand when we arrive. You should have sent word ahead of us, Sigurd, to get something on the spit.
If Halfdan, Ubba and Ivar Ragnarsson are lacking food in England, then all of us will starve. Have no worry.
Ah, I can see it now. A suckling pig, tender and juicy, and ale as gold as the treasures that we failed to steal back there.
A man of simple pleasures, aren't you, Dag?
And he is happier for it. For my part, I look forward to standing in the footsteps of the giants that built this land.
What giants?
The great Romans and their empire. Giants of a forgotten age. They held dominion here long ago, and their ruins dot the landscape. Every brick and stone tells a story of conquest and glory. And now, they are rubble and ash.
Ready to be remade. We will rebuild their empire brick by brick, and ours will not crumble to dust.
All things end, dog. The ruins are not a warning. They are a testament. Look there, just ahead, where the sons of Ragnar make their camp.
At last, to find our feet on steady ground.
Sigurd, hold back. Something isn't right.
Good eye. There's too little movement for an army. Only tents and a few men.
Not the army we hoped to find.
No. Let us get a closer look.
And there you go. The soon-to-be Ravensthorpe. It's actually crazy how different it looks and is to when you arrive there.
Those are not Norsemen. They're too ragged and soiled.
We should proceed on foot, lest they spot the boats.
Dag and I will go together.
We all go. If they are friends, I wish to meet them as a Jarl. And if they are foes, then we fight them all, together. Who are these men?
They speak with twisted accents. English, no doubt.
Dag, Eivor! On me!
Oi, what's this? A mess of filthy Danes befouling our riverways? You there! Give us your name.
I am Sigurd Jarl of Fornberg. And you are...
Men who do not take kindly to Dane invaders creeping into our camp. You'd best move along, pagan. Spare yourselves a slaughter.
You threaten Norsemen with a play of swords and expect us to cower?
I have been 8 days at sea without a drop of blood to wet my axe. So spare the chatter, Buckerout, and draw your weapon.
Let's finish them!
The immediate escalation.
You have what you wished for, Dag.
Feels like home already. Like a blade through
Turn away! Try the offside lead!
think that's everybody.
All of you. I want no more surprises.
Right. I'll check the longhouse.
Nice. But yeah, this is the soon-to-be Ravensthorpe, of course. You can definitely tell a little bit, you know, with like the tents, and of course like the environments are still the same. But it really has like a whole different like atmosphere once it's like fully, you know, like lived in by all the like the entire clan.
Wait, who are you? Are you with those brigands as well?
Sigurd, Dag, in here. Those men had prisoners.
Sigurd? Are you coming? Yes, he's not.
You there! Untie us! Let us walk and we will not hurt you!
Quite bold in those bindings. I like your spirit.
We are very agreeable people, I promise. You need not kill us.
Peace, friend. We have no need or wish to hurt you. What are your names?
Yenli. I'm a merchant, not a bandit like those others. And this is Rowan.
Rowan, that's right. I'm a stable hand, that's all. I keep horses and, well, I did, till those brigands sold them off.
They meant to sell us next, as slaves to the nearest bidder. But I ripped their eyes out before I let that happen.
And how did you find yourselves here?
We came to trade with the sons of Ragnar, at Halfdan Jarl's asking. But they were gone when we arrived.
Unbind them. You know the sons of Ragnar?
Aye. Sold many a mare and stallion to the brothers. Good men. Always paid me fair.
From the look of this camp, they've been gone for some time. Where will you go now? What will you do?
Rebuild my stocks, start anew. I have friends and allies across the land to aid me, but it won't be easy.
Every town and village needs a stable to keep horses fit and trim. I'll find my footing again. Somewhere.
What are you thinking?
That we could use their skills as we get settled. Having access to trade and someone to tend our mounts would be a boon.
My thoughts as well. Any friend of the Ragnarsons is a friend of mine. Right, Dag?
Whatever you think is best, Sigurd.
Janli, Rowan, I am Sigurd Jarl of Fornberg, son of Styrbjörn. This is Eivor and Dag. Both of you are free to go, but more than welcome to stay if you're willing to pull your weight.
We'd be happy to, if only to get back on our feet.
Then let it be done. The Raven clan welcomes you. From strangers into friends, into family. The others have arrived. Come.
I have a good feeling about this place.
Honored family, friends, welcome to your new home.
Love it, Ravensthorpe theme right there. by no other than Zarashakna, of course, composer for AC Origins.
A longhouse to rival any I've seen. Now come. Randvi has found something I would like you to see.
Eivor, Sigurd, I give you England and its 4 kingdoms. Mercia, East Anglia, Northumbria, and Wessex. From the few plans and maps I discovered here, I believe the Sons of Ragnar have pushed further into Mercia, here. My scouts will soon tell me if I am correct.
And where are we?
Here, in this unnamed copse of trees.
Unnamed? We cannot let that stand. What will we call this place?
I might have an idea. Ravensthorpe, the village of ravens.
I like it. The poet in you sings once again. One day this name will be known throughout all of England.
A name is only a beginning. If we want renown, we must build, expand.
Agreed. We should begin with a forge. Can you help Gunnar get working again?
We'll need cargo, supplies.
For that our neighbors will provide, whether they wish to or not.
Scarcely arrived, and now we must raid.
We cannot master this land merely by asking.
I'll go and speak with Gunnar now.
Good work, my dear. And what else have you found?
Short notes, mostly. Scraps of plans, letters, a few runestone messages. It took some time to decipher the mess and piece it all back together.
Man, I love this game. Like the whole, you know, like departure from Norway into like arriving and getting like a bit of an introduction, you know, into kind of like the environments. And now, you know, like immediately finding our own place and kind of like naming it, you know. But what I love is just kind of like that they bring back this whole like you have your own base, right? Like you have kind of like your home and you work to build up that home. It's something that got started in AC2 with Montegioni. And has kind of like been a big staple of the series since. Like in Brotherhood, you had you know, of course, like the entire city of Rome to rebuild and renovate. Revelations as well. And at AC3 with a homestead, you know. Black Flag had the Jector, I guess, mostly, for that aspect. And I guess the island where your home was. Then in Unity you had the Café Theatre, in Syndicate the train. And Origins and Odyssey were kind of like lacking that aspect of really having like your home base. And Valhalla's kind of like bringing that back with Ravensthorpe, and it's kind of like reminiscent of the homestead in AC3, I would say. Because it really is like about, you know, building up like a settlement and kind of like interacting with the people that live there. And yeah, I love the homestead in AC3, so this is like really, you know, nice addition again. Or nice comeback, I guess. Right, we have gotten to Mercia. The Kingdom of Mercia, situated in England's Midlands, reached its height of power and prestige under King Offa, a prominence that lasted for close to 300 years. During that time it was a center of trade and industry, until Danish incursions left it in ruin. The Raven Clan's settlement. Built from the ruins of an abandoned wintering camp once occupied by the Great Heathen Army, this settlement is now the permanent home of Raven Clan. It is also where you may find Ranvi's Alliance Stable, Gunnar's Forge, Yendi's Shop, Rohan's Stable, and other useful services. Settlement extension. Ravensthorpe just got bigger, Two bridges now link the original settlement to the new land to the east. This will open up new buildings with new activities and new characters. Buildings in this area will not contribute to your overall settlement level. We played this faction in Northgard, the Mercians. We also found the faction of the Saxons. Originating from the coast of what is now northern Germany, Saxons invaded and settled Britannia at some point in the 5th century CE, replacing the outgoing Roman Empire as the island's occupying force. Thereafter, they spread east to form Essex, south to form Sussex, west to form Wessex, and north to form Middlesex. That inconsistency. But yeah, I guess it makes sense if it wasn't like actually to the, north of the island. This laid the foundation for what would later become the 7 kingdoms of the Heptarchy. Seen today as archetypal Christians, Saxons only adopted Christianity in the 7th century by the way of the Jutes, another Germanic tribe who had previously been converted. And we have fought a new enemy type, Kior. The basic Saxon warrior, individually not very threatening, but as a group they become a problem. Opportunistic on the battlefield and pick up weapons from fallen foes to surprise you with a new attack. Ah, the Raven clan. Okay, gotcha. Right, let's talk to Gunnar. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Like later on you get the option to sit down on the throne, but not yet. There's also our future room. It's gonna be ours.
I like living in the Longhouse. I feel like a Jarl.
Yeah, who knows, maybe you're gonna become like a Yatskona.
Not a bad place, Eivor. Not at all. Can I help you with anything?
Sigurd wants your forge up and running as soon as possible. For that, we need supplies and riches.
Ah, you mean to go a Viking then? Good, good. How I miss those days. Ransacking and pillaging. Blade singing and shield splintering.
I would ask you to join us, but you are the only blacksmith we have. We cannot afford your loss.
Oh, it's no bother. Better I forge axes than swing them. My place is here, not pulling on the oar of a river horse. Though you do remind me, I found a map among the bandits' rubbish, marked up with the locations of Saxon monk huts.
Yes, bandits know as well as we do. Monasteries are full of riches and loot.
Take the map with you, and put it to better use than they did.
We will. So I think that's really good how it kind of like instantly establishes, you know, that it's not like a religious war happening or something, you know, like heathen against Christian or something like that. it's like they target monasteries because they have a lot of wealth there and because they are not well guarded, you know, being like religious places and all. And they use those resources to kind of like build up their place. And yeah, not because, you know, they want to like kill Christians. Oh, nice. This is gonna be the would-be assassin bureau, I'm gonna assume. If I have them. Alright, so there's not really much to do right now in the Longhouse or even Ravensthorpe as a whole. Because we need to get the blacksmith, otherwise everything else is kind of like not working. It's very crucial to a lot of the activities and getting like settled in.
Hey!
Bend your ears and listen all. For the good of our clan, it is time we go a Viking. Today we raid, that tomorrow we may build.
At last! We will crack these Christian monasteries like a row of hen's eggs!
The Saxons know we are here, Doctor. The monasteries will be well guarded.
Ah, and nothing more than priests and prayers,
Man your
I'd wager.
oars! We need to row our way out. Sing us a song. Sail out!
It's like, yeah, a monastery. That's why I started right here. Man, I love his finishers.
Give me a hand! That is all we need for Gunner. But if there's more, we should claim it. Help me with this.
What? How did that miss?
Help me out here! All right, we have what we came for. Let's go.
I love that kind of like Viking chant whenever you loot stuff. Super satisfying. Indeed. It actually has a similar type of satisfaction as that Mission Pass one. Right, so I think we have everything here. Nope, there's actually some more wealth. Let's get all the wealth. Fluga. Yeah, it's all good. I'm not gonna hurt you. Resident's note. Everywhere I turn, there's sickness. It sweeps through this monastery like a plague. I hear their groans, the wailing. We have been burning the ones who've died for fear their corpse will infect the ground they are buried beneath. God help us. It's almost like Siege of Paris, like, you know, where the plague is kind of like taking over. Right. Raid is over, which means it's time to go back to the ship and invest into a proper smithy. Just got MVP in a Rocket League match where everyone was just as bad as you are. Did you play by yourself or do you play with somebody together, Jay?
Hey!
Yeah, congrats on the MVP, dude. It's awesome.
This was a good day and some fine work from all of you. We should return home and unload everything.
Are you certain there aren't a few more gold nuggets squirreled away somewhere?
My gut tells me no.
So, Eivor, what's your count?
My count? Dag, I've no need to count my kills. They number too many.
Likely story, Wolfkist. Me? I killed
Let the
26,
sail out.
I think.
Nah, there were barely a dozen when we arrived, dog.
No, you missed them. They attacked from the forest.
I think it's like I killed like 20 plus, and we already have like killed 50 plus at this point of a story. If it's just, you know, since the game started. Was queuing into freeze by yourself. I got you, dude. Yeah, that's honestly one of the best things you can do at the start. Get like, you know, match with and against people that are kind of like on your experience level. Because, you know, if you kind of like get matched with people that have played like hundreds of hours, it just can mess a bit with the matchmaking.
Make for the dock. Save it for later.
But yeah, once you kind of like set it with the mechanics, so it's definitely a good idea to play with force as well. Because then you might increase your chance of like gaining skill even quicker. If you're kind of like forced to compete on a high level.
Back so soon. And with good news, I hope.
I think...
Whoops, I didn't wanna skip that. Sorry. I don't wanna cancel the dialogue. Okay, let's have a forge. Where you enhance and customize your weapons and gear.
This is wonderful, Eivor. A forge bigger and hotter than my old forge back in Fornberg. Come visit me anytime. For weapons and gear, there is no man better than me.
I will, Gunnar. Have no doubt.
Eivor, what brings you to my humble shop?
Yeah, but definitely something that just comes with time, I guess. To be honest, like even now, I still struggle sometimes with, you know, kind of like judging the distance or if I should go for a bow or not. Yeah, it can be very much like this kind of like decision of like milliseconds sometimes. But yeah, it will come naturally for sure.
I would like to see what you have in stock.
Ah, nice. So now we can actually change the appearance and downgrade. That's awesome. So I might actually want to change my appearance here for the cloak. Maybe go back to the classic Raven cloak. Actually, I kind of like this current one. It's like a bit darker and the fur is also dark, which I prefer. What about the armor though? I think I actually prefer the classic Raven Clan armor. Let's have a look at the bracers. Okay, I think I like the current ones better because I don't have fur on them. At least on one of the sides. Actually they do. They were just very dark. I didn't see that first. But yeah, the dark fur looks a bit better, I think. So I'm gonna keep that. Yeah, same deal here. Yeah, let's go for this.
Ready for battle.
I must be on my way now. Goodbye.
Be well, my friend.
Right, so I assume we can also now get other settlement buildings renovated as well. Let's talk to Hytham.
Hytham, now that you and Basim are settled, what will you do?
We have work to do, starting in the cities of England. London, Jorvik, Winchester, all three are infested by members of the same order to which Kjotve belonged. But their reach extends much further than this. Of all the lands on Earth, I believe England is the most overrun.
Do they cause here the same turmoil Kjotve caused in Norway?
Not just turmoil. They spread a plague of delusion, teaching men and women to abase and abuse themselves in exchange for power.
You have strong feelings about this.
Of course. This is the sole purpose of the Hidden Ones, to liberate the body and spirit of man from any unnatural shackles. But we have not operated in England for over 4 centuries. Since the fall of the Roman Empire, the Hidden Ones have not had a presence here. This absence has given the Order of the Ancients ample room to grow and thrive. Our task will not be an easy one, but with a bureau, Basim and I could begin our work. If you have the time and spare resources to build one, we would be most grateful.
I will see what I can do.
Yeah, that's definitely of importance, so I want to get this as early as possible. Hytham works here to track the movements of the Order of the Ancients. You will find those missions here.
This will make a fine space for my work, Eivor. Thank you.
Well, if your work benefits us, I will see that you keep it, for as long as you live among us.
I believe it will, for we have common cause against our enemy. They have dug their claws deep into England. Eradicate them where they are strongest, and the alliances you seek will be far easier to come by. In London, they now operate without restraint. If you were to eradicate them, the city would be in your debt.
I will talk with Ranri about your idea. Get her thoughts.
Good. Yet, before you do, there is something else. A gift I wish to share.
A gift?
I cannot show you here. Will you walk with me?
Indeed. It's time to learn something very crucial.
I will. Lead on. I hear heaviness to your breathing, Hytham. Does your wound still trouble you?
It does, I'm afraid. There is a pain in my chest for which I have no remedy.
Rest easy, then. So long as your mind stays sharp, you will recover.
Of course. Though I am reluctant to displease my mentor.
You would risk your health and your life to please Basim. That I do not understand.
I should not expect you do. When we first arrived, I noted a shadow of suspicion in your eyes. A doubt. A wariness.
Is that a question?
No. Only an observation.
Are you well enough to steer this boat?
I am. Have no worry. It is only prolonged stresses that exhaust me. My energy runs low rather quickly.
And what is this gift you wish to give me?
It will not come from me. It is a gift you must give yourself.
More riddles. What fun you are.
Let me say it another way. My gift is not for giving or taking. It is a way of living.
Still no clearer.
It is a thing better demonstrated than described.
Then I will wait.
Forgive my jest. This gift we call a leap of faith. It is one of our Brotherhood's most sacred rites. It is not a tool we use against our enemies, but an act we embrace to strengthen our resolve. Like your meditation, it centers our minds, steadies our hands, and purges fear from our hearts. And more practically, it aids our movements, in flight or in stealth.
You call it a leap, and we are climbing a rather steep hill.
There it is again. The shadow of a doubt.
Nearly there. Our destination is there.
I suspect you mean to throw me from this cliff, is that it? Please tell me if I'm near the mark.
And spoil the surprise? To perform the leap of faith, you must give yourself over to something greater.
The gods?
Yourself. Embrace the hope that death will not come before you are prepared to meet it. Believe this, and you will fear nothing.
Our deaths are prefigured, weaved into the fabric of the world. To fear this would be a waste of worry and tears.
Good. Then your mind is already attuned to my lesson.
I love how, Eivor, believing, that the fates are kind of like weaved already. And, he's kind of like destined to get to Valhalla and die gloryless, like with glory. He doesn't believe that he would die from afar. Which is why he has kind of like, already the faith to do the leap, essentially. It's a really cool way of kind of like embracing the mindset from a Viking perspective into the assassin ritual of a leap of faith, Just another case of like brilliant writing done in Valhalla. And making the leap of faith actually meaningful, at the same time.
I will leap first. On my word, you must follow. Lean into your faith, into your strength, and take flight.
You want me to jump? From here?
Yes.
I would sooner grow wings and fly away. Thank you for the lesson, but...
Wait! And watch!
Hytham! Hytham! Pig-headed fool! Are you injured?
You see? My faith grew stronger than my fear.
And that loam cushioned your fall.
Eivor, I have not seen this side of you before. Do not feed your fear, conquer it!
I've seen my death in a vision. It was not here. Not today.
Are you sure, Eivor? Okay, let's go for the cloak. And then you can do something really interesting here, but if you stay in the haystack, Hytham is gonna react to that. And this happens.
Eivor, are you well? Eivor! Speak! Oh dear, this is not how I foresaw things. Not at all. Dear God, Basim will have my head for this.
Classic. I love that one so much. It's kind of funny how it doesn't even, want to check the haystack. But yeah, let's go out of here.
Yeah! A perfect fall. And how did it feel?
You spoke true. It was madness and vigor, a purging of fear. A gift I give myself. I see that now. Thank you for showing me the way.
Of course. And thank you, Eivor, for hearing me out.
You called this leap of faith a sacred rite. Do all Hidden Ones practice this same ritual?
As far as I know, it is a rite of initiation that dates back to just before the birth of the Christian Jesus.
Are you hoping to initiate me?
I might try if I believed you would join, but that is not my purpose in England. Basim and I are hunting larger prey.
The Order of Ancients.
Yes. You remember the medallion you took from Kjotve's body? That is their symbol. They are a plague, one we hope to purge from this world. Like us, they act in secret. But their aim is to rule the world, not free it from unnatural fetters.
The desire to rule is not unique to this order. It Sigurd and I want the same. A land to call our own, and the honor that comes with it.
Do not compare yourself to such people. The Order has no honor, no principles, no humanity. Yet they sit on a great many of England's thrones. If you seek to pacify England for the safety of your clan...
Then it may be in my interest to give you aid. I understand.
You desire alliances. We seek to rid England of its deepening rot. Where these hopes meet, our cause does too. You may think this land ruled by harmless jarls and bumbling thanes. Yet look more closely, and you will find a deeper threat. The Order's invisible hand touches all. It shapes everything, instilling its poison into every level of society. From the lowliest fishmonger to the richest merchants, from wealthy thanes to useless kings, the Order has corrupted all.
Acts. And yeah, it's kind of interesting because we actually do help to get rid of this rot that has befallen England. However, that makes way for, you know, the Templar Order eventually, and for them to take over. The Order of the Ancients will end, but the Templar Order will rise.
Basim has given me one task here. To locate and eliminate the Order of Ancients in England, in whatever dark corners they reside. If we work together towards this end, it will benefit us both. You will have greater influence over the kingdoms of England.
And you will have more medallions to count.
Exactly. You should begin in London. I have credible reports that the Order is working now to seize the city.
I will speak with Randry about this.
And while you are there, be on the lookout for our symbol. Centuries ago, the Hidden Ones had bureaus built around England. There were 6, I believe. If you can find them, search them well for documents bearing the same symbol. It will greatly aid my studies.
I will. Thank you, Hytham, for all of this.
The Order of the Ancients is a secret society of pagans that has infiltrated every level of society to spread their dogmatic worldview. Zealots are hired mercenaries that assist the Order and enforce their decrees. Dues can also be earned by forging alliances, exploring England, and assisting those in need. Order members have a hierarchy system. Assassinating a Palatinus or Priors will provide intel on their Magister, and eventually reveal the Grand Magister of the Order. So quite similar system to Odyssey and Origins, but more Odyssey. And we already have found 2 targets, it seems. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of like read their biography once they actually go ahead and hunt them out, so it's like more present to us. Also in the context of like the afterlife scene that's gonna happen. We're also gonna go ahead and read all the clues as well, but once we actually hunt them for context again. Just gonna go ahead and uncheck all of this and then read it later. The Hidden Ones Bureau. Formed in Egypt in the 1st century BCE, the Hidden Ones rapidly expanded their reach and influence with the growth of the Roman Empire. Wherever they went, they built clandestine bureaus from which they could conduct their secret work. The first bureaus in Britain appeared a few decades after Emperor Claudius established a firm foothold on the island. By the time Romans abandoned Britain in the 5th century CE, there were 6 bureaus in England. Today, my hidden bureau is an office, a shelf of bags, and our washer and dryer. It works alright, we may be turning it into a baby room if all goes well. There you go, there's a confirmation that they are together, like Bex and Sean, and that they actually are planning on, you know, having and starting a family. Which is great to see, you know, because it's always been like foreshadowed that they are kind of like, you know, interested in each other. The Hidden Ones were an early incarnation of a modern assassin brotherhood, a clandestine group of self-proclaimed freedom fighters who work to liberate mankind from oppression and cruelty. Formed in Egypt in 47 BCE following the turmoil of a Ptolemaic civil war, the Hidden Ones came together after its founding members, Baek and Aya, bore first-hand witness to the cruelty and capricious abuses of power of the Order of the Ancients. To combat this vast and shadowy network of autocrats and Isu supremacists, the Hidden Ones obscured their identities and worked from the shadows to unmask, undermine, and remove the Order at every turn. With the inception and rapid growth of the Roman Empire under Caesar Augustus, so too did the Hidden Ones' brotherhood expand. By the end of the 1st century CE, the Hidden Ones had established boroughs as far west as the British Isles, and as far east as modern-day India. With the subsequent collapse of the Roman Empire in the 5th century, the Hidden Ones retreated from some of its outlying territories, eventually establishing its strongest foothold in the kingdoms and caliphates of the Eastern Mediterranean. As the Hidden Ones evolved, they adopted a set of 3 tenets to guide them. First, stay your blade from the flesh of an innocent. 2, hide in plain sight. And 3rd, never compromise the brotherhood. Early members of the Hidden Ones also adopted the maxim with nihilistic overtones, quite uncharacteristic for the age in which it was first voiced. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. The meaning of this phrase and its purpose has been a subject of considerable debate, even among the Hidden Ones and assassins. And there you go, laying the ground with what the assassins are in this game, and the tradition that the character follows with origins. First I found the spearman. They don't let just anyone wield a long, pointy weapon, so this fellow is a professional. He's disciplined, careful, and keeps his distance. Give him the chance, and you're a kebab. It's funny because I literally had kebab for dinner tonight.
I have to go.
Then go in peace.
A letter to Hyven. Acolyte Hyven, you do yourself a great credit in accepting Master Basim's invitation to scout Northern Europe and cleanse it of our enemy. He has long talked of traveling north for just such a purpose. But if it's now the right time and you are the right companion is a judgment of the Council does not second guess. Basim has achieved great things in his time with our brotherhood. We expect he will achieve many more in the years to come. Heed his actions and follow his instructions, and you shall ascend to greatness. Work in the dark of oppression, serve the light of freedom, and be well. Mentor Rayhan. That's of course the brotherhood of Constantinople that is writing the letter to Hyven. That's very interesting, like, you know, Basim really has been an excellent assassin, it seems. But you can argue this is because of his kind of like mischievous nature, being Loki's sage. And having a tendency towards having that kind of like, you know, style, I guess. But also, you know, since it allows him to have access to a whole lot of things. Including a lot of information.
Break their kingdoms into smaller territories called shires. This one is called Leicestershire. It isn't spelled how you think.
And as you suspected, the Sons of Ragnar moved there some months ago. We know for sure that Ivar and Upa are alive and well in Repton.
Excellent work, both of you. Now have a rest and a horn of ale. You have more than earned it.
Thank you, Randvi. We'll be here if you need us.
Eivor, in here.
What will you keep in this room?
My finest weapon. For this room is yours. Here you may lay your head, hang your axe, or be alone with your thoughts. Do you like it?
It suits me well, but I would be just as happy lodging with the raiders on that wharf. I need no special treatment.
This is not special treatment. I want you here in the Longhouse, close at hand. I may be the Jarl of this clan, but you and I lead together, as ever. So get acquainted with your room, and when you're ready, meet me at the stables.
I really gotta say, you know, replaying the game, I really love Sigurd as a character. And it really is a shame that he gets, you know, such a bad reputation because of what happens midway through the game. And I have to admit, you know, that I also didn't like him much at that point. However, there's gonna, you know, something's gonna happen and we're gonna uncover some information that is gonna set all of this in perspective, you know, what's gonna happen with Sigurd. But before all of that happens, kind of like he's a little bit of like a downfall, I guess you could say. You know, he's like actually really like, you know, like he's a bro to Eivor. And it's really like taking care, you know, of the relationship, and yeah, it's actually like quite reasonable as well. But that's gonna change eventually, at least for a certain amount of time. The Hodano encampment, born from a sewer heap left behind by the Sons of Ragnar. It may look a bit shabby now, but with some effort we will soon be a beacon of trade and culture. We currently have a capacity for the following services: blacksmith, Hidden One's Burrow, stable and aviary, trading post and barracks. Once the blacksmith's forge is up and running, I would recommend building the Hidden One's Burrow, as Hytham can help us win alliances in the cities of England. Speak to me if you have any more questions. Randy.
A letterbox for messages and requests.
Do you actually have letters? I have a letter from Sigurd. Eivor, I hope this room fits your needs. As we grow our reputation in this land, make new friends and allies, it will be important to keep constant communication with them. And we will drop any letter you receive into this box. Have a look from time to time. Sigurd. Also, another thing I just liked is that Sigurd kind of like, you know, confirmed that Eivor and he are leading together, even though Sigurd does have a position of the Jarl and Eivor does not. But you know, they're still like almost like equals, you know, because Sigurd does kind of like you know, really appreciate that Eivor is kind of like, you know, a leader personality and does have like really good, you know, ideas and visions for the clan, I guess. For example, when he came up with a name, you know, Sigurd didn't have anything against it. But yeah, Eivor made like, you know, a lot of like suggestions that Sigurd kind of like trusts, the same way that Eivor trusts Sigurd. There is a strong bond that the two have.
A bed better than many I've slept in, and a good place to recover. Not much, but it is mine.
Right, we're gonna go to sleep, and that will be the last thing we're gonna do for tonight, because then I will also have to sleep. Yeah guys, this will be the end of today's or tonight's Valhalla stream. I want to thank you all so much for coming by and joining for our second day of this game. I haven't yet decided actually what we're going to be playing tomorrow. We have Horizon and Legion, of course, still. But I might eventually actually do an extra stream of Valhalla. Because, you know, we just got to England and like I would kind of like really like to start like properly with the first region and first like arc and stuff, you know. But I'm gonna see about that. We're gonna decide tomorrow and yeah, do it like spontaneous depending what I feel like at the time. But yeah, this has been great. I really loved finishing Norway and getting to England and have like a proper introduction to you know, the lands and the people as well.
Good day.
Let me actually talk real quick to Sven, because I wanna get every opportunity to talk to him, since he's actually gonna be the first member of the clan to actually die. And last time when I did my first playthrough, I didn't really do that, I don't think, and missed the opportunity. At no worries, Maxi, thank you for lurking, dude, and being here. And for sharing Discord as well. For anybody that wants to join, of course. Feel free to join Discord to get, you know, updated on the live notifications, but also, you know, to share all kinds of things. Videos, memes, discussions. You're welcome to join there.
Tell me about what you do here.
If you need something tattooed, you come here and I do it. And you can bring me whatever designs you come upon too. But of course, no shop, no tattoos. Build something for us when you can, and then we'll get working.
I must take my leave. So long.
See you later, Hayfor.
In a while, Crocodile. Right. We're currently 12 hours and 44 minutes into it. Nice. I think last time I actually spent like over 15 hours in Norway alone. But also like just really took my time like a lot and talked about like every little thing. The usual thing, you know, when you kind of like start an AC game for first time. But yeah guys, this is the end of the stream. Thank you all so much for joining and for all the support today. I really do appreciate everybody, you know, tuning in to chat and lurk, as always. We are going to go ahead and raid, of course, but first I want to thank all the new followers that we had today. Lisiao, Dark Spicy Candy, also Larissa, as well as Elbush and Sean. We also had Farah as well following. So thank you guys so much and welcome again. Then we also had some proper support with hackers raiding with a party of 30 Evo. It was insane. If you haven't checked out hackers yet, he's an excellent streamer and I would highly recommend checking him out. He's playing lots of like community games and multiplayer stuff. And yeah, like he, Carnage and Jax as well as Cheshella, I think they plan on doing like a Phasmophobia stream. So yeah, that's gonna be quite cool to see as well. And also want to say a big thank you to Mr. Godi for the support today, you know, gifting all those bits and also the gift sub to Geskra. Thank you again, dude, for doing that as well. And also thank you to Sai for the raid as well, Party of 9. If you're gonna make sure to check out your stream as well and your Horizon streams. But yeah guys, for now we're gonna go ahead and say hi to I'm the Bearsuit. He's been going live with some Resident Evil 2. That's interesting. He's a good friend of the channel and is also a big fan of AC. He's going to be playing some Valhalla himself as well as also Dark Souls. He's a big fan of kind of like difficult combat games. But they're currently playing some Resident Evil, so we're gonna have a look how he's doing and yeah, show some love. He's still trying to get to affiliate, so yeah, if you would stick around and say hello, I'd hugely appreciate that. But yeah, to everyone else, have a good night. I will catch you next time. And yeah, take care. See you all.